네, 지금부터 2023 지방자치입법 국제포럼을 시작하겠습니다. 저는 사회를 맡은 법제처 규제법제 혁신과장입니다. 바쁘신 와중에도 귀한 시간을 내주신 내빈분들께 감사드리고 현장에서 그리고 온라인으로 함께하고 계시는 모든 분들께 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 이번 포럼은 법제처, 대한민국 시도지사협의회, 한국법제연구원, 한국지방자치법학회가 공동 주최하고 대통령 직속 지방시대위원회와 행정안전부가 후원하는 포럼으로서 지방정부의 자치법권 제고를 위한 다양한 해외 사례와 전문가들의 소중한 경험이 논의될 예정입니다. 또한 올해 우수한 자치법 활동을 한 지방자치단체에 대한 시상식도 있을 예정이오니 끝까지 함께해 주시기 바랍니다. 그럼 첫 번째 순서로 이완규 법제처장님의 개회사가 있겠습니다. 처장님을 큰 박수로 모시겠습니다.
예, 안녕하십니까. 법제처장입니다. 오늘 법제처 그리고 대한민국 시도지사 협의회, 한국법제연구원 그리고 또 한국지방자치법학회가 공동으로 지방자치입법 국제포럼을 개최하게 된 것을 뜻깊게 생각합니다. 또 같은 마음으로 이 행사를 준비해 주신 이철우 회장님 그리고 한영수 원장님, 최초로 학 회장님께 감사의 말씀을 드리고요. 특히 바쁘신 와중에도 축사 요청에 기꺼이 응해 주신 지방시대위원회 우동기 위원장님께도 반가움과 또 각별한 감사 인사를 전합니다. 독일에서 오신 요제프 루티 교수님 그리고 얀 헬릭 클레멘트 교수님, 또 미국에서 오신 노명훈 교수님, 일본에서 오신 이마모토 케이스케 교수님, 또 바쁜 연말에 이렇게 한국까지 찾아와 주셔서 감사드립니다. 이번 포럼은 4개 기관이 최초로 준비한 자치법권 분야의 국제포럼입니다. 중앙정부와 지방정부 그리고 연구기관과 학회가 지방 분권을 위해서 함께 힘을 모았다는 점에서 그 의미가 매우 크다고 생각을 합니다. 저도 이 지방자치입법 국제포럼을 준비하겠다고 처음에 보고를 받고 굉장히 의미가 있다고 생각을 하면서도 그 국제포럼이 제대로 될까 좀 걱정도 많이 했습니다만 우리 실무자들이 정말 그 같이 주최하는 여러 단체들과 함께 열심히 준비해서 막상 이렇게 개최되고 보니까 앞으로도 우리 지방자치입법 국제포럼이 계속 이어지기를 희망합니다. 지역 주민이 원하고 지역이 당면한 문제들을 효과적으로 해결하기 위해서는 지자체가 자치법을 통해 지역 상황에 맞는 정책을 주도적으로 펼칠 수 있어야 합니다. 그래서 법제처는 그동안 중앙정부의 입법 기능을 과감하게 지방에 이양해서 지방사무에 관한 규범은 지방이 스스로 정립해서 집행할 수 있도록 법체계를 개선하고 있습니다. 지방사무에 관한 법령사항을 삭제하고 조례로 대폭 위임해서 자치법권을 강화하도록 하는 한편 지방사무에 관해서 중앙부처가 승인한다든가 보고를 받는다든가 협의를 받는다든가 하는 것들을 사후에 통보하는 것으로 전환해서 지방의 자율성을 제고하는 내용의 법령 정비 사업을 대한민국 시도지사 협의회 그리고 행정안전부와 함께 추진을 해왔습니다. 그 결과 올해는 법률 82개, 하위법령 65개, 총 147개의 법령 정비를 추진 사항은 지난 11월 10일 국무회의 법률은 국회에 제출하였고 하위법령은 이미 11월 16일부터 시행되고 있습니다. 지는 법률이 제출할 수 있는 방안을 검토하고 있습니다. 현재는 그런 것이 법률적으로나 또는 제도적으로 시스템화되어 있지 않지만 향후에 법을 개정하든지 제도적으로 우리나라에 적용할 수 있는 실질적인 대안을 모색하는 장이 될 것입니다. 특히 오늘 외국 입법례로서 일본의 사례와 독일의 사례가 강화되어 있어서 크게 도움이 될 것 같고요. 또 일본의 사례는 연방국가가 아니면서도 지방분권이 굉장히 강화되어 있는 그런 나라여서 그런 점에서도 굉장히 많이 참고가 될 것 같습니다. 그래서 오늘 포럼의 주제인 입법권과 관련해서는 입법권의 분배가 지방자치의 가장 기본적인 내용이기 때문에 오늘 여러 가지 논의되는 결과가 많이 기대가 됩니다. 더불어서 오늘 이 자리는 올 한 해 우수한 자치법 활동을 펼친 지자체를 시상하는 자리입니다. 오늘 시상을 통해서 우수한 자치법 활동이 확산돼서 모든 지방자치단체가 함께 상생 발전할 수 있기를 기대합니다. 앞으로도 법제처는 대한민국 시도지사협의회 또 한국법제연구원 및 관련 학계와 지속적으로 협업을 해서 지방시대 구현을 견인하는 데 최선을 다하겠습니다. 끝으로 오늘 포럼에 참석해 주신 모든 분들께 다시 한번 감사를 드리고 가족 모두 행복하시길 빌겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 처장님 말씀 감사합니다. 다음으로 대한민국 시도지사협의회 이철우 회장님의 환영사가 있겠습니다. 회장님께서는 급한 공무 일정으로 인해 영상으로 말씀을 전해주시겠습니다.
반갑습니다. 대한민국 경상규 법제처장님, 한영수 연구원장님, 그리고 최철호 학회장님께 감사드립니다. 특별히 우동기 위원장님께도 지방협력회의에서는 법제처가 제안한 했습니다. 여기에 만족할 수 없습니다. 시대 완성에 공부하고 정책 방향을 점검해서 앞으로 더 큰 변화를 이끌어내리라 확신합니다. 새해도 대한민국 지방시대 우리 함께 열어나갑시다. 여러분, 이제는 지방시대입니다. 감사합니다.
네, 말씀 전해주신 이철호 회장님께 감사드립니다. 다음은 한국법제연구원 한영수 원장님의 환영사가 있겠습니다. 원장님께서는 해외 출장 후에 지금 비행기 연착으로 오고 계시는 중이십니다. 그래서 부원장님께서 대도하시겠습니다.
예, 안녕하십니까. 한국법제연구원의 부원장 맡고 있는 강현칠입니다. 오늘 여기 한영수 원장님께서 환영사를 해야 되는데 아까 말씀드렸듯이 일정상 참석하지 못하고 제가 대독하게 되었습니다. 그래서 나와 있는 저기 환영사를 대독하도록 하겠습니다. 안녕하십니까. 한국법제연구원 원장 한영수입니다. 한국법제연구원과 법제처, 대한민국 시도지사협의회 및 한국지방자치법 학회가 공동으로 개최하는 2023 지방자치입법 국제포럼에 참석해 주신 모든 분들을 진심으로 환영합니다. 금일 국제포럼이 성공적으로 개최될 수 있도록 뜻을 함께 해주신 이왕규 법제처장님, 이철우 대한민국 시도지사협의회 회장님, 최철호 한국지방자치법 학회 회장님께 감사의 인사를 드리며 축사를 해주시는 우동기 지방시대위원장님께도 깊은 감사의 인사를 드립니다. 또한 독일, 미국, 일본에서 오셔서 기조연설과 발제를 맡아주신 루티그 교수님, 노맹훈 교수님, 이마모토 교수님, 클레멘트 교수님 및 자장과 토론으로 참여해 주시는 모든 분들께서도 감사의 인사를 드립니다. 이번 국제포럼은 중앙과 지방 사이의 입법권과 재정권의 배분, 중앙의 입법 과정에서 지방의 참여를 주제로 유럽, 미국, 독일 및 일본의 구체적인 사례를 살펴보고 우리의 지방자치 제도의 발전 방향을 논의함으로써 진정한 지방시대를 맞이하기 위한 기틀을 마련한다는 점에서 매우 큰 의미를 가지고 있습니다. 우리 헌법상 보장된 지방자치는 지방자치단체가 지역의 공동체 또는 주민의 복리에 관한 사무를 자신의 책임하에 수행함으로써 주민의 수요 및 지역의 실정에 부합하는 행정을 실현하는 데 본질을 두고 있습니다. 이러한 지방자치의 실현을 위해서는 지방자치단체의 충분한 권한과 여건이 보장되어야 하지만 우리 현실은 사무권한, 재정권한 및 입법권한이 중앙에 집중되어 있다는 한계를 가지고 있습니다. 이로 인해 지방자치제가 실시된 후부터 지방자치에 관한 논의는 지방분권을 중심으로 이루어지고 있고 이는 현재까지도 해결되지 않은 과제로 남아 있습니다. 이에 따라 우리 정부는 어디서나 살기 좋은 지방시대를 국정목표로 설정하고 관련 정책들을 적극적으로 추진하고 있으며 한국법제연구원도 지방자치의 발전을 위한 연구를 수행함과 동시에 정부의 관련 입법정책을 전방위적으로 지원하고 있습니다. 오늘 이 자리에서 논의하는 주제들과 각 국가의 구체적인 사례들이 대한민국 정부의 정책과 연구의 방향에 대한 시사점을 제시하고 궁극적으로는 우리의 지방자치 발전을 위한 방향 제시에 크게 기여하리라 생각합니다. 금일 국제포럼이 우리 지방자치의 발전적인 미래를 위한 논의의 장으로 기록되길 바라며 포럼에 참여하는 모든 기관과 각 국가와의 학문적 교류를 위한 초석이 되기를 희망합니다. 다시 한번 이렇게 뜻깊은 자리를 마련하기 위해 힘써주신 분들과 참석해 주신 모든 분들께 감사의 인사를 드립니다. 감사합니다.
네, 말씀 감사합니다. 다음으로 대통령 직속 지방시대위원회 우동기 위원장님의 축사가 있겠습니다. 위원장님을 큰 박수로 모시겠습니다.
안녕하십니까. 대통령 직속 지방시대위원회 우동기 위원장입니다. 먼저 2023 지방자치입법 국제포럼 개최를 축하드립니다. 아울러 오늘 이 포럼을 준비해 주신 이완규 법제처장님, 이철우 시도지사협의회 회장님, 그리고 한영수 한국법제연구원장님과 행사 관계자 여러분께 진심으로 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 정부는 지난 10월 개최된 제5회 중앙지방협력회의에서 지방시대 실현을 위한 자치입법권 강화 방안을 의결하고 이에 대한 후속 조치 추진에 박차를 가하고 있습니다. 최근 국회입법조사처에서도 중앙과 지방정부의 이러한 협력에 발맞춰 자치입법권 강화 방안을 발표하고 본격적인 입법심의 지원을 검토하고 있는 것으로 알고 있습니다. 이러한 국가적 관심 속에서 오늘 개최되는 국제포럼은 우리나라를 넘어서 해외의 선도 사례에 대한 공유를 바탕으로 대한민국형 자치입법 모델 구현에 큰 기여를 할 수 있을 것으로 기대됩니다. 다시 한번 오늘의 포럼 개최를 축하드립니다. 지방시대위원회에서도 법제처, 시도지사협의회, 지방자치법학회 등과 적극 협력하여 지방정부의 자율과 책임있는 정책 추진이 가능하도록 힘을 모으겠습니다. 감사합니다.
법학회 최철호 회장님의 축사가 있겠습니다. 회장님을 큰 박수로 모시겠습니다.
최철호입니다. 먼저 2023년 지방자치입법 국제포럼에 참가하신 내외빈 여러분께 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 오늘 법제처, 대한민국 시도지사협의회, 한국법제연구원, 그리고 한국지방자치법학회 4개 기관이 공동 주최하고 행정안전부, 그 지방시대위원회가 후원하는 글로벌 자치입법 포럼 국제학술대회에서 축사를 하게 되어서 매우 영광이고 뜻깊게 생각합니다. 이런 훌륭한 토론회장을 만들어주신 법제처 이완규 처장님, 그리고 대한민국 시도지사협의회 이철우 지사님, 한국법제연구원의 한영수 원장님, 그리고 물심양면으로 아낌없이 후원해 주신 행정안전부 이상민 장관님, 그리고 지방시대위원회 우동기 위원장님께 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 윤석열 정부는 자치분권 및 균형 발전을 주요 국정과제로 삼아서 살기 좋은 지방시대를 열기 위해서 많은 법과 정책들을 속도감 있게 재개정하고 수행하고 있습니다. 중앙지방협력회의가 금년에만 잇따라 개최되어서 대통령과 지방자치단체 대표들과 허심탄회하게 지방자치에 관한 많은 과제들을 논의하고 있고, 그리고 7월 10일부터 시행된 지방자치분권 및 지역균형발전에 관한 특별법에 따라서 지방분권과 균형발전의 컨트롤타워로서의 지방시대위원회가 공식적으로 출범하여서 대한민국 어디서나 살기 좋은 지방시대 구현을 위한 지방분권과 균형발전 정책을 더 한층 강하게 추진할 수 있는 법적, 제도적 기반이 정비가 되었습니다. 우리 지방자치법학회는 6월에 4개 국가가 참가하는 국제학술대회를 개최한 바 있고, 또 7월 달에는 일본에서 3개국이 참가하는 동아시아 국제학술대회를 개최한 바 있습니다. 이렇게 2개의 국제학술 이외에 총 3개의 학술대회를 개최해서 금년에만 5개의 학술대회를 개최하여 지방자치법의 발전과 국제적 동향을 모색한 바 있습니다. 오늘 이 자리는 그런 학술대회 연장선상에서 기획된 것으로 알고 있습니다. 지방자치를 내실있게 하기 위해서는 지방자치단체의 자치행정권, 자치조직권, 자치입법권, 자치재정권을 강화하는 것이 필수적인데, 오늘 국제포럼에서는 중앙, 지방, 입법권 재정권 배분 및 지자체의 중앙 입법권 과정 참여라는 대주제를 가지고 한국을 비롯하여 EU, 독일, 미국, 일본의 저명한 학자들이 참석하고 또 한국의 여러 전문가들이 함께 토론하는 공론회장을 가지게 되었습니다. 자치입법권과 자치재정권의 범위, 중앙의 법률 제정 과정에 지방의 참여 과정, 그리고 조례에 의한 불칙 규정 등 자치입법권이 강화되어 있는 선진국의 제도를 연구하고 그 시사점을 도출하려는 오늘 국제학술대회가 오늘에 그치지 않고 내년 제2회, 제3회의 국제학술대회로 계속 개최되기를 기원합니다. 오늘 참가하신 모든 분들의 건강과 행복을 기원합니다. 감사합니다.
네, 말씀 감사드립니다. 이번에는 올해 우수자치법 활동을 한 지방자치단체를 시상하는 시간을 가지겠습니다. 법제처는 2017년부터 매년 우수조례를 선정하여 지자체의 포상을 수여하고 있습니다. 올해는 우수조례 후보 총 102개를 대상으로 지자체 설문조사와 전문가 심사를 통해 총 10개의 우수조례를 선정하였습니다. 법제처장님께서 최우수상 2개, 우수상 3개, 장려상 4개를 시상하시고 이어서 대한민국 시도지사협의회 유민봉 사무총장님께서 특별상 1개를 시상하시겠습니다. 우수조례 세부 내용은 포럼 책자에 수록되어 있으니 참고하시기 바라며 이 조례는 1년간 국가법령정보센터의 우수조례로 표시됩니다. 그럼 먼저 법제처장님의 시상이 있겠습니다. 법제처장님을 박수와 함께 무대로 모시겠습니다. 먼저 최우수상입니다. 광역부문 최우수상은 경기도, 기초부문 최우수상은 전라남도 해남군 의회입니다. 네, 박수로 맞아주시기 바랍니다. 먼저 경기도 중대재해 예방 및 관리에 관한 조례로 최우수상을 수상한 경기도입니다. 상장, 광역부문 최우수상, 경기도, 귀기관은 법제처에서 선정한 2023년 우수자치입법 활동 지방자치단체로서 다른 지방자치단체의 모범이 되므로 이에 상장을 수여합니다. 2023년 12월 8일 법제처장 이완규. 네, 최우수상에는 포상금 200만 원이 수여됩니다. 네, 다음 해남군 공공자금 운영 및 관리 조례로 최우수상을 수상한 전라남도 해남군 의회입니다. 상장, 기초부문 최우수상, 전라남도 해남군 의회. 이하 내용은 같습니다. 네, 포상금 200만 원이 함께 수여됩니다. 네, 최우수상을 수상한 두 팀은 처장님과 사진 촬영을 하시겠습니다. 네, 수상자는 자리로 돌아가 주시기 바랍니다. 다음은 우수사항입니다. 광역부문 우수상은 충청남도 의회, 기초부문 우수상은 경기도 안성시 의회, 서울특별시 성동구입니다. 먼저 충청남도 교육청, 안전 승하차 회차로 등 조성지원 조례로 우수상을 수상한 충청남도 의회입니다. 상장, 광역부문 우수상, 충청남도 의회. 이하 내용은 같습니다. 네, 우수상에는 포상금 100만 원이 함께 수여됩니다. 다음은 안성시, 근로자 과로사 예방 지원에 관한 조례로 우수상을 수상했습니다. 상장, 기초부문 우수상, 경기도 안성시 의회. 이하 내용은 같습니다. 포상금 100만 원이 함께 수여됩니다. 다음은 서울특별시 성동구, 위험 거처 개선 및 지원에 관한 조례로 우수상을 수상했습니다. 상장, 기초부문 우수상, 서울특별시 성동구. 이하 내용은 같습니다. 네, 포상금 100만 원이 수여됩니다. 네, 세 팀은 처장님과 사진 촬영을 하시겠습니다. 네, 수상자는 자리로 돌아가 주시기 바랍니다. 다음은 장려상입니다. 장려상은 경기도 화성시, 경상남도 거제시의회, 경상남도 거창군, 서울특별시 강서구 의회입니다. 먼저 화성시 스포츠데이 지정 및 운영에 관한 조례로 장려상을 수상했습니다. 상장, 기초부문 장려상, 경기도 화성시. 이하 내용은 같습니다. 장려상에는 포상금 50만 원이 함께 수여됩니다. 다음은 거제시 섬투어 활성화 지원 조례로 장려상을 수상했습니다. 상장, 기초부문 장려상, 경상남도 거제시의회. 이하 내용은 같습니다. 포상금 50만 원이 함께 수여됩니다. 다음은 거창군 청소년 꿈 키움 바우처 지원 조례로 장려상을 수상했습니다. 상장, 기초부문 장려상, 경상남도 거창군. 이하 내용은 같습니다. 네, 포상금 50만 원이 수여됩니다. 다음은 서울특별시 강서구 전세 피해 및 전세 사기 피해자 지원 조례로 장려상을 수상했습니다. 상장, 기초부문 장려상, 서울특별시 강서구 의회. 이하 내용은 같습니다. 네, 포상금 50만 원이 수여되겠습니다. 네, 수상팀은 사진 촬영을 하시겠습니다. 네, 시상해 주신 법제처장님께 감사드리며 자리로 돌아가 주시기 바랍니다. 네, 이어서 특별상을 시상하도록 하겠습니다. 시상을 해주신 대한민국 시도지사협의회 유민봉 사무총장님을 모시겠습니다. 네, 특별상은 울산광역시입니다. 네, 박수로 맞아주시기 바랍니다. 울산광역시 자동차 산업 육성 및 지원 조례로 특별상을 수상하였습니다. 상장, 광역부문 특별상 울산광역시. 귀기관은 대한민국 시도지사 협의회에서 선정한 2023년 우수조례의 소관기관으로서 다른 지방자치단체의 모범이 되므로 이에 상장을 수여합니다. 2023년 12월 8일 대한민국 시도지사 협의회장 경상북도지사 이철우. 네, 특별상에는 포상금 200만 원이 함께 수여됩니다. 네, 사진 촬영을 하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 시상해 주신 모든 분께 감사드립니다. 네, 이것으로 시상식을 모두 마치고 현장에 계신 내부인분들과 연사분들을 모시고 기념 촬영을 하도록 하겠습니다. 발표자와 토론자, 귀빈들 분께서는 무대로 나와주시기 바랍니다. 네? 총 몇 분이죠? 한 20분?
제가 하겠습니다.
이거 넘겨. 네, 이어서 기조연설을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 모두 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. 네, 이번 순서는 기조연설입니다. 유럽의 중앙지방 재정분담에 따른 입법권 배분 사례라는 주제로 독일의 요제프 루티 교수님께서 발표해 주시겠습니다. 루티 교수님께서는 독일 요하네스 구텐베르크 마인츠 대학에 재직 중이시고 공법, 유럽법, 지방자치법 분야에서 많은 성과를 내셨습니다. 특별히 이번 포럼을 위해 독일에서 귀한 걸음해 주셨습니다. 요제프 루티 교수님을 큰 박수로 모시겠습니다.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really excited to get the opportunity for today's presentation in front of such an eminent audience. I love Korea and I love to talk about legal topics from a comparative perspective. Nevertheless, I felt a little overwhelmed by the topic when I first heard that I was supposed to present the European perspective. And thank you, Mrs. Kim, for organizing my participation, but most of all for your patience with my tardy completion of the manuscript. Talking about federalism is a complex issue, especially in Germany. Other concepts within Europe present an even more broad and rather diverging picture. But please don't worry, I won't bore you with too many details. In essence, what I will present to you today will be more a bird's perspective on the general ideas of local autonomy in the European countries. I will focus on the EU member states, neglecting the rest of Europe, and I hope that by the end of this speech you will have a better understanding of what the different approaches are in European countries and what insights the European models might offer for South Korea. But let me start with a few distinctions for the purpose of my presentation and also some facts that might appear rather surprising. At the local level, I will address the whole variety of municipalities, cities and counties which can indeed be found in most countries. In federal systems, I will discern between the federal level, the whole country, and the state level, in Germany, the Länder. Die Eigenstaatlichkeit der Länder, what we could roughly translate to statehood of the states, is the key aspect of a federal system. Each state has its own constitution, government, and laws, while still being part of a larger federation. Germany and Austria were the two federal states emerging from the Holy Roman Empire in the 19th century. Hungary, on the opposite, became a unitary state, and the only other strictly federal country in the EU is Belgium. It was a long and windy road for Germany, but through all the different constitutional settings, from the Reich under the auspices of Bismarck in 1871 to the Federal Republic of Germany after World War II, the federal structure remained intact, even though the number of states decreased quite drastically. The only exception being the centralized Third Reich, it was not a surprise that after the war, the Grundgesetz, our basic law, re-implemented a strongly federal system. But does federalism really complicate my topic? At first sight, there seems to be a strong link between federalism and local autonomy. Article 28 of the Basic Law for the Federal Republic of Germany not only requires the Länder to conform to the principles of a republican, democratic, and social state governed by the rule of law, but in its second paragraph guarantees the autonomy of municipalities in the wording that reminds us of human rights. Local authorities in Germany are responsible for performing both their own tasks and also to execute the majority of federal and state laws. But nevertheless, municipalities are not to be considered a third level of a federal state organization. Under constitutional aspects, they are clearly constructed as part of the Länder, even as integral parts of the state administration. So some scholars even consider the term indirect state administration, mittelbare Staatsverwaltung, as somewhat misleading. But it only refers to their legal status as legally independent administrative bodies. That does not exclude full government control and supervision. The key question, not answered by that term, however, is how we transform those provisions into a living constitution. But even in a unitary system, some power is delegated to the lower level. In pretty much all the member states of the EU, the Constitution recognizes local self-government and delegates certain responsibilities to local administrations. Even the French Constitution, after the constitutional revision of 2003, increased the power of subnational authorities and recognized their financial autonomy. The Decentralization Act of 2004 strengthened local governments even more. Consequently, there is not necessarily a correlation between federalism and the guarantee of local autonomy. In a centralist state, there is just no need for the distinction between the level of states and municipalities. Dividing a country into different states, on the other hand, does not necessarily mean that the local level has a strong autonomy as well. So in the context of local autonomy, we can almost ignore the complex idea of federalism. Having a closer look into the constitutions shows that only the Constitution of Spain and Austria have similarly strong language when it comes to municipalities as the German Grundgesetz. And Spain is to be considered a unitary system, despite the autonomy of autonomous communities. On the contrary, there are a lot of similarities in all European countries with regards to local autonomy. In recent decades, many countries have decentralized authority from the national level to regional tiers and also local governments. This is perhaps the most surprising result of my brief overview, one that you might not expect considering the variety of political systems, the different cultural and historic experiences. Nevertheless, the number of employees in the public sector is probably a better indicator for real-world scenarios than just looking at the law in the books. In Sweden, for instance, more than 80% of public employees work for the local government, only 17% for the central government. In Italy, it's the opposite. Merely 13% of local employees and more than 50% work for the central government, the health system, public health system occupying another 20%. In Germany and France, about 1/3 of the employees work for local government. In Germany, more than half for the state administration. Reasons for the convergence of systems. The reason behind that movement towards local autonomy is quite simple, actually. It started with legislation of the European Council, not the EU. The European Charter of Local Self-Government, entering into force in 1988, was the first internationally binding treaty that guarantees the rights of communities and their elected authorities. It's become a benchmark for any international treaty in this area. The Charter commits the parties to applying basic rules guaranteeing the political, administrative, and financial independence of local authorities. It provides that the principle of local self-government shall be recognized in domestic legislation and, where practicable, in the Constitution. Local authorities acting within the limits of the law are to be able to regulate and manage public affairs under their own responsibility in the interests of the local population. It also emphasizes the principle of proportionality. Consequently, the Charter considers that public responsibilities should be exercised preferably by the authorities closest to the citizens, the higher level being considered only when the coordination of or discharge of duties is impossible or less efficient at the level below. For the EU, the Lisbon Treaty, which entered into force in 2009, acknowledged explicitly the principle of regional and local self-government within EU member states. It also attributes further importance to the local and regional levels in the subsidiarity principle. Not only did this give the Committee of Regions a stronger presence in the EU lawmaking process, the treaty also strengthens the role of local and regional authorities in the EU decision-making process, ensuring that their voices are heard and the decisions are made as close to citizens as possible. Autonomy in a nutshell. As outlined in the European Charter, local autonomy requires several key structures and principles to function effectively. The Charter requires that the principle of local self-government be embedded in domestic law and, if possible, in the constitutional order. The first and most important principle is democracy. The German Constitutional Court stresses the role of local autonomy as part of a larger picture for building democracy from bottom up. Similarly, the Charter of Text affirms the role of communities as the first level for the exercise of democracy. In 2009, an additional protocol on the rights to participate at public life was adopted to supplement the text of the Charter. Its purpose is to bring within the scope of the Charter the right of any person to participate in the affairs of a local authority, a principle enshrined in the preamble of the Charter. But there is more to this. The inner organization of a city has to be democratic as well. The typical structure is found all over the world. The specific powers and responsibilities, however, can vary significantly in the different countries. Second, territorial integrity and independence. The most important safeguard is to guarantee the territorial integrity of a municipality. For instance, their boundaries cannot be changed without agreement of the community, and the supervision of activities of local authorities must be defined by law, with the possibility of recourse to a court. The elected officials need to be able to exercise their functions freely within the limits of local self-government. They must be able to determine their own administrative structures and recruit competent staff. Obviously, this neither guarantees the existence of a municipality in case of compulsory reforms, nor does it prevent some sort of government supervision. Third, appropriate funding. Funding is probably the most critical aspect of local autonomy. Adequate funding is indispensable for local governments to effectively carry out their responsibilities and provide services to their constituents. Funding can come from various sources, including local taxes. Only local services can be adequately funded by administrative fees. But I guess complaining about insufficient funds is the typical attitude of any administration. Local reference and subsidiarity. So far I addressed the more formal aspects of local autonomy. But what can a city really do? Article 28 of our Constitution gives them really wide competencies. At least it seems like that. The municipalities must be granted the right to settle all affairs of the local community within the scope of the law on their own authority. This phrase suggests that autonomy only extends to matters with a local reference, but it also seems to protect the local sphere from government intervention. The principle of subsidiarity also seems to guarantee that independence of lower-level authorities in relation to state and federal. Subsidiarity is a very prominent concept of social ethics that found its way from Catholic social teaching via German constitutional law and through the European treaties, beginning with the Maastricht Treaty in 1991. It's now found in Article 5, Paragraph 3 of the Treaty of the European Union. Article 3 of the European Charter of Local Self-Government seems to rather stress the aspect of quantity. Local self-government denotes the right and the ability of local authorities within the limits of the law to regulate and manage a substantial share of public affairs under their own responsibility and in the interest of the local population. The demarcation of such a connection to the municipal area or population is difficult. And last but not least, rule of law. In the end, in most countries, the legal framework decides on what the job of a city really should have to do. This is not only a matter of power, but has some deep ramifications in constitutional doctrine. The rule of law is a foundation of a civilized society. It's not only about a democratic separation of powers and its judicial safeguards, it also stresses the special role of human rights. Any infringement of human rights requires the authorization by a legislative body, parliament. This doctrine of essentiality is stressed by the German Federal Constitutional Court. The doctrine states that a legislator must legitimate state action in fundamental areas through the formal law and must make all essential decisions themselves. Delegating that authority follows strict rules, not only with regard to executive rulemaking on the federal level, but maybe even more so with regards of bylaws and statutes of the local government. In essence, the doctrine of essentiality ensures that decisions of particular importance emerge from a democratic process that allows the public to form and represent their views and encourages the parliamentary representation to clarify the necessity and extent of infringements of fundamental rights in public debate. On the other hand, within that framework, there is room for executive discretion when applying those principles in the administrative rulemaking process. So this was the tough part. Let me fill those principles with some life and put some meat on the bones of that local autonomy skeleton. Let me first try to stress what it does not mean, then provide you with some examples that might interest you. The German concept in particular, as wide as it seems, puts strong limitations on the political debate on a local level. Matters of public defense or even the use of nuclear power are not considered local matters. But even in those areas that can be considered the traditional domain for local autonomy, there are strong limitations to be considered. City planning. The most important matter that is considered local, not only in Germany, but also under the EU Charter, is city planning. Within the borders of environmental law, it is the city that plays the crucial role in urban planning, enacting zoning acts as city bylaws. They can promote their urban agendas, implementing schemes for growth, city area layout and density, as well as livability, local infrastructures, and perhaps even more important for the next decades, sustainability and resilience. Nevertheless, the city mandate for urban planning has to be coordinated with other municipalities, but also the state and federal level. With regards to the environment in particular, most of the legislation is based on the European law, which makes the representation of local authorities on the EU level so important. Second, local infrastructure. Local infrastructure like roads and public transportation, as well as the supply of water and electricity, as well as the waste management, clearly have a local ramification. Even in countries with a weak concept of local autonomy, like Italy, public services are the domain of municipalities. In Germany and other countries, the market liberalization and privatization of the 1990s has been taken back in favor of a more traditional models of strong local governments. What we call the remunicipalization of companies is the most visible aspect of those recent developments. But the situation is complex. In general, the funding of city infrastructure usually is subject to EU state aid rules. In the end, those rules do not prohibit investments in infrastructure, but the EU Commission plays the key role in developing the guidelines, not only for private investors, but also for public enterprises and any federal or state funding. In some areas, the EU does not only control state funding, but provides the most important funding opportunities for local infrastructure projects, such as ERDF and CEF. A main focus of European subsidies in general is to reduce economic and social disparities and promote a sustainable development and climate neutrality. For municipal national funding. In the end, municipalities account for 34% of all public investments. Third, local economy. Of course, the local economy seems like the core field for local autonomy. A self-sufficient income base seems necessary. Cities with greater financial autonomy might have the means to provide better services to their residents and thereby stimulate local economic activity. But again, the picture is more complex in the real world. Local governments sometimes lack the capacities to deal with such problems. Federal and state governments might get involved to prevent too much competition between different municipalities, and the existing political administrative structures in a country might not be conducive to such capacities at all. But there are also challenges on the EU level. EU state aid law is also applicable when it comes to local autonomy with regards to economic development. EU funding is available for green projects, steering all of Europe towards a European Green Deal. Any other initiative will face severe legal issues when it comes to state aid procedures. But as we say in Germany, whoever pays the band can choose the music the band plays. Final remarks. In conclusion, local autonomy in Europe is not just a political concept, but a testament to the strength of our diverse cultures and histories. European law is superseding different national traditions maybe, but the core idea of local autonomy seems more alive than ever, but perhaps also more complex than ever. As we move forward, let us remember the importance of maintaining this delicate balance between autonomy and unity. Let us continue to uphold the values of democracy, participation, and subsidiarity that are the cornerstones of local autonomy. Hopefully, my brief overview is also helpful for the challenges South Korea faces. Traveling through your beautiful country shows most of all that we Europeans can learn from you when it comes to the speed in city planning as well as in digital transformation. Maybe Europe can deliver some insights that are helpful for you as well. It is important that such discussions never end on national borders and also transgress continents. Let us never forget that our strength lies in our diversity, in our ability to learn from each other, and in our shared commitment to not only building a better Europe, but hopefully also a better world for all. Thank you very much for your attention.
네. 지방자치의 원칙과 유럽의 주요 사례를 소개해 주신 루티 교수님께 다시 한번 감사드리겠습니다. 네, 지금부터 한 15분간 휴식 시간을 갖겠습니다. 휴식 시간 이후에는 미국, 일본, 독일의 사례를 주제로 발표가 이어질 예정이니 끝까지 함께해 주시기 바랍니다. 그럼 잠시 후에 뵙겠습니다. 주시기 바랍니다.
뉴욕주 변호사시네요.
네, 그래서 오늘 오 교수님 발전문에 관심이 많으시더라고요. 아까 잠깐 만나서 얘기했는데.
그래요? 죄송한데 이따가 문제만 좀 알려주십시오. 이 사람은
예, 사전이 있으니까 예, 알겠습니다. 네, 예, 예.
네, 그럼 지금부터 첫 번째 세션을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 이번 세션에서는 미국의 중앙 입법 과정에 대한 지방의 참여 사례에 대해서 논의합니다. 좌장은 법제처 윤광욱 법제심의관님께서 맡아주시고 미국 살베 레지나 대학 노명훈 교수님의 발표와 법제연구원 최유 연구위원님과 서경대 성봉근 교수님의 토론으로 진행되겠습니다. 그럼 좌장이신 윤광욱 법제심의관님께 마이크를 넘기도록 하겠습니다.
예, 안녕하십니까. 1세션 좌장을 맡게 된 법제처 윤광욱 심의관입니다. 인사드리겠습니다. 예, 방금 소개받은 바와 마찬가지로 그 1세션 주제는 미국의 중앙정부 입법 과정에 대한 지방의 참여 사례입니다. 우리나라의 법령의 그 입법 과정에 대한 지방자치단체 참여가 점차 활성화된다는 차원에서 매우 시사성 있고 중요한 주제라고 생각합니다. 일단 그 진행과 관련된 사항을 말씀드리겠습니다. 원래 그 시간이 3시 20분부터였는데요. 조금 당겨져서 10분에 시작을 해서 4시까지 진행을 하도록 하겠습니다. 그 50분 중에서 그 절반인 25분은 주제 발표자한테 드리겠습니다. 그리고 이제 5분 전이나 혹시 시간을 넘기시면은 그 시간에 대한 안내를 하도록 하겠습니다. 그리고 두 토론자에게는 각 7분씩 그리고 발표자의 답변에 7분을 할애해서 한 20분 정도 토론과 답변을 가지도록 하겠습니다. 이미 그 토론문이 발표자한테 그 전달이 되었으니 그 발표 중에서 질문에 대한 답변 내용이 일부 녹아들어져 있을 것으로 기대를 합니다. 그리고 남은 시간에는 그 플로어에 질문할 수 있는 기회를 드리도록 하겠습니다. 그 해당 주제에 대해 귀한 발표 및 토의를 해주실 우리 발표자 및 토론자분을 소개하겠습니다. 발표자인 노명훈 교수님입니다. 예, 브라운 대학에서 행정학 석사를, 노스이스턴 대학에서 사법 정책학 박사를 받으신 후에 미국 살베 레지나 대학에서 지금 교수로 재직하고 계십니다. 다음은 토론자 최유 연구위원님입니다. 중앙대 법학 박사학위를 받으시고 지금 현재 한국법제연구원에서 재직하고 계십니다. 마지막으로 토론자 성봉근 교수님입니다. 고려대에서 법학 박사학위를 받으셨고 지금 서경대에 재직하고 계십니다. 그럼 지금부터 그 발표를 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 예, 노 교수님.
All right, can I start? As you may or as you may not know, it's been 18 years since I have left this country in 2005, right after I retired from ROK Army as a first lieutenant. So it is the greatest honor and my privilege to stand in front of you and to present about the American federalism and the intergovernmental relationship among federal, state, and the local governments. So as I was introduced, my name is Myung-Hoon Roh, and I am an assistant professor in the Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology at Salve Regina University. So today, this is the agenda, and today I'm going to talk a little bit about the American federalism and intergovernmental relationship, how federal and state government and even local governments, working together. And then after that, how each government's unique operating system and authorities operating. And then after that, two different rules, two different perspective and rules on the degrees about the local government's authority in relation to the state government. And then after that, taking New York City's local law 97 as an example, we'll definitely try to understand how the local government's participation is operating in the upper level government. And finally, we will have a final discussion in order to figure it out what kind of implication can be suggested for the South Korean government. So I really wanted to talk about intergovernmental conflict, or we'll definitely say it, a federal conflict. So from the example from Hurricane Katrina, which was hit the Gulf Coast in 2005. So among many, the federal or intergovernmental, the failure, the indecision between or among the governments is the really serious issue. So I'll definitely say that there's so many cooks or chef in the kitchen in every single the decision-making process. And generally, in order to deal with a natural disaster, from bottom-top structure is totally makes sense. However, because of this, the example, the U.S. government really learned a lot from this example. Top to bottom intervention from the federal government slows down local and state government decision-making process because of a lot of additional bureaucracy. So let me talk a little bit about U.S., the American federalism. So as you can see this slide, when I saw this slide 3 weeks ago before, when I presented about the presentation, the very first impression of mine is, wow, it's really complicated. And I'm gonna say American federalism is really complicated. So, but I'll definitely get you there. United States has a one federal government and it has a 50 different state government. And interestingly enough, each state government has the unique, and even each state government has a perfect form of government. And why? Because they have a state constitution, right? So the relationship between the federal and the state government is they have a totally independent same power, right? So why? Because the historical facts told us that the federal government was created based on 13 different states, 13 different pre-existing states in order to accomplish democracy, depending on the republic, by institutionalizing the decentralization of power. So please remember, I really want you to say one thing: state government created federal government. It's really interesting, right? I'm gonna repeat one more time for your the understanding on later on slide. I'm gonna repeat one more time. State government created federal government, right? So this slide contains and shows the unit of a local government. So American government, as I mentioned earlier, is composed of 3 different layers by including the federal, state, and local government, and particularly under the wings and under the umbrella of a local government, there are so many numbers of a government with several different types, including county government, the township's government, and the township's government, and independent school district or special district, depending on their unique purpose. So according to the very recent government data, which has been published recently in 2022, I'm gonna say 90,888 local governments is operating currently in the United States, which is really a lot, right? So in order to perfectly understand about the US federalism, we needed to understand about the 10th Amendment on the US Constitution. And I'm gonna repeat it: the powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. So it sounds like a little bit challenging for us, but I'm gonna utilize a little bit more easier language in order for you to understand perfectly about this Constitution. So I'm gonna say state governments can utilize a total perfect power except the power granted to the federal government. And state government can exercise a total level of a power except the power prohibited from being delegated to the state government. So I'm gonna utilize a little bit more natural, easier language for you to understand. One more time: state government and general population, general people in the United States can utilize maximum level of power except the very tiny, unique area that only federal government can exercise, which has been granted by this Constitution. So the format and the history, depending on a lot of different historical events, federalism has been changed and evolved in the past 250 years, I'll say. So these are the examples, depending on the time frame. The very first type of a federalism called dual federalism, covering the period between 1789 to 1901. So as you can see, perfect separation among federal, state, and local government, and we can understand there's a very little collaboration among each other. And then after that, because of within this period, the dual federalism, they didn't have any close collaboration among each other. So that is the main reason why American experienced the Civil War, right? And then after that, between 1901 to 1960, the perfect separation has been a little bit blurry, and the perfect guideline has been breaking down. Why? Because of Great Depression. So because of the Great Depression, in order to fix the economic problem, federal government started to increase the influence or impact to the state and the local government. So the guideline and the boundaries has been breaking down. And then after that, the creative federalism has been appeared between the 1960 to 1968 by the President Lyndon Johnson administration. Why? Because of the depression and a lot of situations, the federal government really wanted to enlarge their impact to the state and local government in terms of a grant in aid system, and they really want to increase the federal regulation to control the state and the local government. And even the final format of a federalism can be called as a contemporary federalism, covering 1970 to currently 2023. The impact of a federal government has been skyrocketed and maximized. However, because of this, the strategy, and there's a side break, in order to protect the value of a federal government, and it's the state and the local government, right? So, as I mentioned earlier in the previous slide, the federal government really want to enlarge their impact to the state and the local government. So at that time, every single time two different government has a unique power, always there's a clash and problem can happen. So under that situation, in order to protect that situation, founding fathers have developed the side break. Why? Because if something problem and conflict that happened between the federal and the state government, always and every single time federal government will win. That is the supremacy clause of the Constitution. So again, in the American history, this is the perfect example, the current perfect example of how I can explain perfectly about the concept and characteristic about the supremacy clause. So again, in the state of Arizona, as you know, there are 4 different states in the United States that share the borderline between the United States and Mexico. California, New Mexico, and Arizona, and Texas. So again, in practically 2009, the state of Arizona enacted a law called Arizona SB 1070 called support our law enforcement and the Safe Neighborhood Act. So because of this Arizona State Local Act, police officers, local police officers have a jurisdiction and a power to stop and frisk about the many number of immigrant population. Why? Because, as I mentioned, Arizona shared a borderline between the United States and Mexico. Huge number of immigrants pass through the borderline without any qualified and certified immigrant documentation. So again, because of this act, support our law enforcement and the Safe Neighborhood Act. Because of this act, police officers has a power because of the racial profiling and because of their physical and facial appearance, they make them stop and ask, oh, what is your visa status? What is your certified immigrant documentation, right? And interesting enough, why? Because it's possible. Why the Arizona state has a constitution and they have a legal right to pass to regulate the huge number of the illegal immigrants. And interesting enough, as I mentioned earlier, because of the supremacy clause of the Constitution, why? Because the federal government also has an immigrant law. So in 2012, the US federal government decided, oh, federal immigrant law has the preemption, which means we have an immigration law already in the federal government. Why do you want to have an additional immigrant law in your own state, in the state of Arizona? So remove it. So federal government nullified the Arizona state's law and regulation. So this is a perfect example of how we can understand about the relationship between federal and the state government. So again, it's the time for us to dive in and details about the intergovernmental relationship, pinpointing federal and the state government and the state and local government. So again, I put a lot of words, but I'm gonna explain a little bit more detail. As I mentioned earlier, federal and the state government has an independent power, for the rulemaking and the controlling the territory. And interesting enough, as a federal government, they have their own unique power. As I mentioned earlier on the slide, the federal government has an authorization to promote the trade with the other countries and starting the war against the other countries and to conclude the treatment with the other countries. Why? Because the federal government, that is their own unique operation and legal status, dealing with or having a relationship with other countries. However, if something conflict or problem happened between the federal and the state government, always the federal government will win. Right? And why don't we think about the intergovernmental relationship between the state and the local government, right? State government has a legal authorization how they can control the local government based on each different state government constitution. So each different state constitution gives the power to the state government. You can control no matter what kind of a range or boundaries that local government can have a job, right? So, as I mentioned earlier, the U.S. Constitution, each different state constitution contain the rules and regulation and close, combine, abolish, how they can cook the local government whatever they want, right? So each government has a total control and supervision power controlling the local government located under the state government and state constitution. So I just found this visual information for your understanding. Three different governments. It's not mutually exclusive. So again, try to think. Oh, there are three different layers, federal, state, and local government. However, in order to run and manage the country, there's an overlap. Their job and authorities has to be overlapped between federal and state, and federal and local, and state and local. So I really want to focus on the local government job, such as water, electricity, the gas, 911 calls, and the playground and the local library. I'm so thankful for my local library, the town of Mansfield in the state of Massachusetts. Whenever I don't have any class on Tuesday and Thursday, I always go to the local library to prepare the next class and the research activity. And even my little one really happy for our towns, the soccer field and the playground. Why? Because that is their job. And interesting enough, Among these overlaps, a unique area can be worked and performed among three different intergovernmental relationships. Three different governments work together, particularly managing and fixing the road and highway and the public safety. Why? Because I just try to think in the past 1 month, why this particular area can be perfectly performed and operated simultaneously from the federal, state, and local. Why? Because we cannot decide the exact boundaries. As you know, all the highways and local highways and the road, how we can separate it, and the public safety, how we can separate it, in order to catch the criminals, enforcing the criminals to protect our neighborhoods. We don't have we cannot decide the boundaries. So there are only two areas can perfectly performed by three different governments. So I really want you to remember road and fixing the street and the public safety, and particularly regarding community policing, the local police officers and state troopers and FBI, these guys are all working together in order to maintain our local community. So again, it's time for us to learn about two different perspectives on the degrees of a local government's authority in relation to the state government. So these two different rules is really, really unique. Why? Because it has their own unique history. Why American state government and why the local government has been developed and enacted two different rules called the Dillon's rule and the Home rules. So I just try to think why these two rules is really, really necessary. Why? Because sometimes state government they have their own, the state constitution. They have rules and regulation. But sometimes state Supreme Court, do you remember? I told you that state government is a perfect form of a government. They have the state constitution, and they created their government depending on the separation of a power system, right? It's an independent country, right? So sometimes, because of the ambiguity, there's a law books, but again, sometimes the Congress guys and the lawmakers make and pass all different type of rules and regulations. However, sometimes Supreme Court needed to interpret what is the main intention of this law, right? So under this situation, some state can apply the Dillon's rule, or some other situation they can apply the Home rules. Right? So specifically, the details about the Dillon's rule is this: the main agenda, which has been determined by the Supreme Court judge in Dillon, 200 years ago in the state of Iowa, and he just argued that state government, the local governments is just the creator of the state government, so you cannot do anything. Hey, local government, your job is really, really valuable. However, without the state government, your job and your affairs is just meaningless. On the other hand, the Home rule is kind of slightly different. The definition about the Home rule is this: state government legislative action that providing the power to the local government, right? So the state government cannot touch or cannot impact the local government's affairs and operations. So the Home rules, there are two different elements: why and how the local governments can operate in their own affairs in their local community. Why? Because the Home rules has been perfectly implemented, make the local government doing their job only in their local area. And because of the Home rule, local government can escape from the state intervention. So I'm going to go a little bit more details about these rules. So based on all the contents we covered so far in the past the 10 minutes, I really want to apply all the detailed contents to the example of the state of New York. Why? Because I just try to think of how I can perfectly maximize the level of effectiveness of this lecture and the presentation. I chose the New York. Why? Because when you hear about the New York, it's very familiar with you. But again, when you hear the very first time about the New York, that New York is that New York, right? About the Manhattans and Bronx, and that is the New York. However, the real New York is that New York, the state of New York, including Niagara Falls and the Buffaloes and the Cornells. So again, sharing the borders with Canada. So I really wanted to apply all the knowledge and all the contents we learned so far from the first slide and the current slide, and let me apply all the knowledge to the examples of the New York. So in the New York State Constitution, they, regarding Article 9 and the Section 2, the power and legislation about the local government has been perfectly indicated by saying, hey, local government, you can adopt and amend your law depending on your business. So you can do it. So the home rules and the local government's authorities has been perfectly written on the state constitution. So that's why the key section on this arguing, local government can have a legal jurisdiction and justification to make their own rules in a local government. So again, details, municipal home rule has been perfectly indicated in their constitution, which has been passed in 1963 by arguing, as a local government, we can do many number of different jobs in our local community. Even we can have a tax, we can pass the license, the business, we can do whatever we want in a local boundaries as a local government, right? So again, these municipal home rules can equally apply to the city, municipal, and town and village in the state of New York, right? So as an example, I took one rule in the city of New York, which call it, it's a local law 97. So this is one of the main reason why I picked this law as an example. Why? Because this is a very contemporary law which has been passed 1.5 months, and this law is gonna be initiated 3 weeks later, January 1st, 2024. Why? Because New York City really want to reduce the the emissions in the New York City. Why? Because as you mentioned, there are a lot of high-rise buildings and this populous area in New York City. So they try to think as a green energy and the carbon emissions. So they passed a law how they can reduce emissions among the several number of different buildings, and particularly more than 25,000 square footage. They need to they'll definitely try to control and the reduction by 80% of emissions by 2050. But again, it's kind of long-term range. But again, this rule, the law, city law, will definitely initiate to impact 3 weeks later, January 1st, 2024, right? And interesting enough, this law has been signed the previous mayor in 2021. So a lot of different process has been done, right? It passed this law has been passed by the city council, and it's been debated among each of the two interesting party. And finally, 2021, it's been signed by the mayor in the city of New York. However, even though that is an innovative law, how we can reduce the emissions from the New York City, but try to think about the interest of the building owner of the properties. They have additional regulations to follow to the city. So interesting enough, the property owners and buildings, get together in a sue against the New York City, right? And the main reason why I brought this case is I really want to explain and present how the home rules and the state government and the federal government, how the local movement and activity can be impacted the upper level government in a New York State, right? And the very first argument presented by the building owners is this: the New York City's local law 97 is not constitution. Why? Because New York State has already those type of law called the CLCPA. So we have those type of law, but why we have additional law and we have a possibility to pay a lot of penalties, right? So that's not constitutional. And the state law CLCPA has the preemption. It's been existed already, so New York City's additional law has not been enacted. So they sued, but finally, the New York State Supreme Court decided, that is not constitution, right? That is not unconstitution. So New York City can have a jurisdiction to have those type of the rules and regulation. And the second one, the building owners argue that, New York City does not have any the authority to charge additional tax. They just interpreted paying and the penalties. The penalties for against the local law. The building owners interpreted that is the additional tax, right? So they argue that the New York City does not have any legal authority to pay to charge additional tax. That is their argument, but the New York State government decided, that is not a tax. and they can have a jurisdiction, and in the state government have a power, the city government have a power to charge it. And the third argument, the argument brought up by the building owners, they say the decision is retroactive. So which means, okay, the local law can be started and enacted in January 1st, 2024, but the building has been built 10 years ago and 20 years ago. So failing to predict that the future, do we have to pay or do we have to pay the tax? So that is the inefficient operating the city law. But the Supreme Court of New York State Supreme Court decided, okay, we take a lot of long time to consider about your argument, but again, New York City has a justification to pass this law, so your argument cannot be accepted. And finally, final argument, the argued by the city building owners by saying, all the rules and all the regulation is really, really vague and ambiguous. So we cannot understand perfectly how we can follow the rules and regulation passed by New York City. So how we can follow this. And the New York State Supreme Court decided, please try to understand the rules and regulation details, and please try to be ready to follow all the local rules and regulation, right? So based on all the contents, so even though I just rushed in order to cover every single details, but again, United States, based on the US Constitution, has been confirmed about the local legislative rights, right? So as I've already mentioned, as we have already covered the 10th Amendment in the US Constitution, it's been confirmed the state government has a power, and the state governments share the power with the local government. So US Constitution has been confirmed, okay, local government can do your own business. And secondly, United States, the government has also agreed that in order to deal with the local residents, the necessity and the needs, the direct democracy is really, really important. As you know, the federal government handled by Washington, D.C., and the impact to the local governments, local peoples, including myself, the distance, physical distance, and the emotional distance is really, 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 really far. But again, in order to perfectly control and manage their own country, United States government has the understanding, the value of a direct democracy. So that's why all the rules and regulation has been perfectly ready. So what I really want to suggest, and I really want to emphasize one more time, the federalism has been developed based on United States' unique history. So as I mentioned in the very beginning, the federal government has been created by state government, right? So which means state governments made the federal government, right? So again, if you can try to think how we can maximize and develop the autonomous local rights in the South Korean territory, in our culture, we need to consider very harshly, we need to be very careful. Why? Because implementing and applying from the example of the federalism from the United States directly to the United States, we got to be very cautious. So in the past 1 month, honestly, I try to do my best. Why? Because the Korean situations, local autonomous and local autonomy from the central government and the local government, can I perfectly apply to the federal government in the United States, the federal government and state government, or do I have to perfectly apply from South Korean centralized the government and the local government to the state government and local government in the United States? Does it make sense? So again, we got to be very cautious. And I just finally indicated Cape Version home rule has to be considered. Why? Because all the rules and regulations definitely reflected based on their own culture and history. So American federalism has been developed based on more than 300 years in the past. And that's why they developed like this way. So again, by taking the good advantage, that's a system from the other countries of federalism, and then after that, how we can take the advantage and the good thing, and then we need to accomplish how we can develop the value of a direct democracy in South Korea. Again, thank you so much for your patience, and thank you so much for everything. Thank you.
예, 그 좋은 발표 잘 들었습니다. 그 충분한 시간을 들여서 좀 깊이 있게 내용을 더 들었으면 좋겠다는 아쉬움이 듭니다. 저희가 대략적으로만 알고 있던 그 미국의 그 연방과 주, 그 다음에 주정부와 지방정부 간의 그런 여러 관계에 대해서 현실적인 사례들을 들어서 굉장히 실감나게 설명을 잘 해주신 것 같습니다. 다음으로는 그 토론을 진행을 하도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 그 최유 연구위원님의 토론을 하시고 그 다음에 성봉근 교수님, 그 다음에 다 같이 질문과 코멘트를 모아서 노 교수님이 답변을 하시는 순서대로 진행을 하겠습니다. 예, 성 위원님.
예.
최 위원님께서.
한국법제연구원에서 일하는 최유라고 합니다.
예.
먼저 사회자님 말씀처럼 미국 사례를 잘 설명을 해주셔서 잘 배웠습니다. 그러니까 이게 어렵습니다. 한국에서 그 미국과 같은 연방국가 시스템을 도입한다는 것은 사실 쉽지 않습니다. 그리고 더군다나 지방자치 분야는 이게 말이 다르죠. 근데 이제 그래도 저희가 많이 참고하는 국가가 미국하고 독일입니다. 그리고 일본도 많이 참고를 하고 이제 세 국가가 한국의 모든 법제의 가장 기본이 되는 시사점을 주고 있습니다. 그런데 이 지방자치제도라든지 이런 데에서는 이게 문화적인 차이도 많고 그래서 이게 어떻게 하면은 한국 지방자치제도가 좀 활성화되는데 필요한 시사점이 있을까를 생각해 보면은 쉽지 않은 것 같습니다. 저는 토론문에서는 딜런 원칙하고 홈룰 원칙에 대해서 간단하게만 썼습니다. 근데 이 부분은 아마 이 세션에 김성배 교수님도 한번 또 말씀해 주실 것 같고요. 근데 이것도 사실 미국에서도 하나의 원칙만 적용되는 것이 아니고 복합적으로 적용되기도 하고 굉장히 복잡한 원칙입니다. 근데 중요한 것은 어쨌든 이렇게 지방자치 단체가 기초자치단체가 무언가 할 수 있는 권한을 인정하고 있다라는 거죠. 그런 것들이 이제 차곡차곡 쌓이다 보니 하나의 입법 문화 관행이 되고 그 관행을 통해서 지방자치단체의 권한이 입법 권한이 이제 확정이 되는 이런 경험적인 과정을 거치면서 이렇게 형성이 되는데요. 한국은 사실 법률 우위의 원칙 그리고 법률 유보의 원칙이 워낙 강하기 때문에 법률로 하지 않으면은 안 되는 것처럼 이제 인식이 쌓여 있다는 거죠. 그리고 더 특이한 것은 법률을 굉장히 빨리 바꾸고 많이 만듭니다. 일본 같은 경우에는 법률을 그 큰 국가가 법률을 그렇게 많이 만들지 못해요. 합의가 쉽지 않기 때문에. 그런데 한국은 순식간에 만들어 버립니다. 그러니까 조례가 들어갈 수 있는 영역이 굉장히 좁아지게 되는 거죠. 법률 우위의 원칙은 미국이나 일본이나 독일, 한국 다 똑같습니다. 다만 법률 유보의 원칙을 어디까지 쓸 것이냐. 법률 유보의 원칙을 다 요구한다면은 그럼 조례가 입법될 공간은 굉장히 좁아집니다. 그런데 우리 헌법과 지방자치법 28조 1항 단서조항은 이제 주민들의 권리 제한이나 의무부가 벌칙을 할 때 반드시 법률로 하도록 하고 있습니다. 그럼 이 원칙에 따라서 하게 되면은 지방자치단체가 복지 정도, 복지도 굉장히 중요한 사무긴 하지만 복지 말고는 할 수가 없게 되는 거죠. 그래서 우선 우리는 이 법률 유보의 원칙을 좀 제한할 필요가 있지 않나. 그리고 지방이 할 수 있는 범위를 좀 넓혀줘야 될 필요가 있지 않나. 일단 그렇게 생각합니다. 그래서 저희도 이제 홈룰하고 딜런룰의 원칙을 조금 더 사례들을 많이 조사해서 이런 것들은 지방자치단체가 해도 괜찮은 사무이지 않을까. 사무와 입법 그리고 재정이 함께 갈 수 있는 그러한 영역들을 좀 많이 확보해 가는 것이 중요한 앞으로의 연구 테마가 될 것 같습니다. 예, 제 토론은 이것으로 마치겠습니다.
예, 토론 감사합니다. 다음으로 그 성봉근 교수님 토론 시작하시겠습니다.
저는 이제 이 외국인 교수님들하고 지금 그 일정을 좀 같이 하고 있는데요. 이분들이 좀 더 잘 이해하실 수 있도록 짧게 영어로 좀 제가 질문을 드리고자 합니다. Hello everyone, I'm Professor Song. The question of how local governments secure legislative autonomy while harmonizing with the central government has been a long-standing global concern. This issue has also been explored in the United States, and I'm delighted to hear the esteemed Professor Roh Myung-hoon's valuable presentation on the participation of U.S. local governments in state and federal legislation process. Through such a comparative legal approach, I believe it is possible to draw important implications for legislation and finance related to Korea's local autonomy system. In relation to Professor Roh's presentation, I would like to pose a few questions as follows. As seen in issues like pandemics and terrorism and disaster, isn't it time to shift our focus more towards mutual cooperation between federal and local governments and between the government and the private sector? A potential drawback of the U.S. federal system could be the lack of policy consistency across the states and the local governments, a deepening financial imbalance among states, and a very complex bureaucracy among various levels of government. I would like to ask what discussions can be considered as alternatives to overcome these challenges. Yet, there is a potential for criticism due to confusion and conflict in policies related to law, education, environmental policy, and public health, arising from unclear demarcation of authority and responsibility between federal, state, and the local governments. Moreover, given the reliance of state and the local governments on federal financial support, it raises questions about the practical equality of the federal and the state governments in terms of policymaking and autonomy. I'm curious whether the U.S. federal government, through such indirect routes, is excessively intervening in the legislation of state and the local governments. I would like to ask the professor for his thoughts on these two aspects. The influence and the interference of state governments on the legislation of local governments, like the federal government, may primarily occur indirectly through legal, financial, and policy means. This raises significant considerations regarding the autonomy and efficiency of local governments. It appears that the influence of U.S. states over local governments can sometimes be excessive, potentially disregarding the unique characteristics and autonomy of local jurisdiction. I am interested in hearing the professor's thoughts on this discussion. Traditionally, home rule allows local governments to autonomously enact laws and independently manage local affairs without interference from state or federal governments, thereby ensuring the autonomy of local self-governance. On the other hand, Dillon's rule, named after Judge Dillon, states that local governments can only exercise powers explicitly granted by the state government. This principle strictly depends on state law for the powers of local governments. It was surprising to learn that while home rule is assumed to be the dominant principle in the U.S. local government system, many states occasionally adopt Dillon's rule. Home rule ensures autonomy and preserves regional diversity and uniqueness, whereas Dillon's rule enhances consistency with the state laws and policies, potentially compromising autonomy and independence. I would appreciate the professor's insight on why different states prefer home rule or Dillon's rule variably. Is there a problem with the Dillon's rule in terms of compromising autonomy, or is there a different perspective we should understand about the contrasting natures of home rule and Dillon's rule? The professor delineated the division of duties between the federal and the local governments. However, I believe there are discussions to be had about the need for realignment of these duties due to overlaps, inefficiencies, or criticisms that they are outdated in the context of modern society's changes. Moreover, I think the areas where cooperation between federal and the local governments needs to be strengthened are increasingly evident. I am interested in hearing the professor's views on these matters. From the professor's presentation, I understood that local governments in the U.S. often set minimum wages and labor conditions higher than federal and state regulations and standards, or alternatively, they may adopt more conservative regulations due to the burden on businesses. While this can be seen as reflecting local characteristics, it also appears to potentially exacerbate regional inequalities between cities and areas within the US. I'm curious about how American society is discussing and attempting to address these practical issues of inequality. What are the current debates or proposed solutions to mitigate these disparities caused by varying local labor policies? As an additional question, I have observed that some local police departments in the US successfully manage crime response through close cooperation with their communities. However, I'm also aware that in other areas, local police are criticized for racial discrimination, excessive violence, overpolicing, and corruption. I would like to hear your thoughts on the challenges and the possible solutions that local governments face concerning the local police departments. How can these issues can be addressed while maintaining effective and community-oriented policing? I have another question regarding health insurance in the US. While some states have successfully extended health insurance to more residents through the expansion of Medicare and Medicaid, others have been criticized for refusing or limiting this expansion, resulting in a failure to broaden health insurance coverage. In light of these disparities and the limitations of local governments, there is an argument for increasing dependence on state or federal governments. I'm interested in your perspective on whether this increased reliance on higher levels of government is a variable solution to the challenges faced by local governments to providing health insurance coverage. Okay, this is a final question. For local governments to successfully operate with autonomy under these systems, a critical issue seems to be strengthening their financial independence from federal and state sources. This concern is relevant in Korea as well. In the context of fiscal reforms in US local governments, I understand that legislative and policy discussions focus on local tax systems, fiscal management, financial support from state and federal governments, and new methods of funding like public-private partnerships. While grappling with the insufficient financial support from federal and state sources, excessive dependence can also infringe on autonomy. I'm interested in hearing the professor's thoughts on these discussions and the balance between financial support and autonomy for local governments. I greatly appreciated the professor's insightful presentation. Thank you very much.
굉장히 다양하고 심도 높은 질문을 해주셨는데요. 이에 대한 노명훈 교수님의 답변을 듣도록 하겠습니다.
I really appreciated your question, Dr. Sung. So when I got your question statement yesterday night, and then after that, because of time difference between Boston and here, I couldn't perfectly sleep. So I just tried to figure it out. Particularly, I really want to focus on the Dillon's rule and the home rules. Why? Because if you can have a perfect level of understanding about these two roles, most of your questions can definitely answer. So I just found from the one articles. I'm pretty sure that this visual information is going to be pretty much helpful for you to understand. So based on my understanding, in general, our understandings about the home rules and the Dillon rules is perfectly separated, and each independent state government can definitely, based on our understanding, or each government should choose either Dillon's or the home rules. But interesting enough, it's really, really complicated. So I just found, and as you can see, this visual information, particularly, okay, the Dillon rules can definitely apply very small, tiny county government only in that state. But other area can be applied by different home rules. So again, the Alabama, okay, Dillon rules can be applied only the county government. And except other boundaries can definitely chosen by the home rules. So again, we can perfectly generalize either, oh, this state government has been chosen this or that, but again, we cannot perfectly separate it. So again, more details will be definitely covered. So again, a certain number of states follow this rule, and another rule has been perfectly determined, written in a state constitution and the legislative statute. But interesting enough, these visual information show us two different rules can be combined, right? So simplifying, these states chosen the Dillon's rule, so we can definitely interpret it, because of the Dillon's rule, local government cannot do anything. Why? Because state government control everything. However, if you can go a little bit more details, they can do many things depending on the home rules. Why? Because the specific has been separated in the local statutes and the state constitutions. So again, the trial, how we can perfectly understand about how the Dillon rules applied in this way or that way, but that is really, really hard. And in order to cover your questions, actually, in the past 1 month, I really want to try to find the best scenario. Why? Because if I find the best example, how the local rules and regulation, after this has been determined, and then state governments, constitutions or rule has been changed, and then after that, the federal government has been changed because of this. But realistically, it's almost impossible, right? So local government and state government is one body. Actually, based on our understanding, we really want to do our job based on our will, right? Our local government, our business. Because of the value of direct democracy, we need to maximize the human rights in our local people. So we want to change our rule, we want to do ourselves. So again, don't bother me from the state, don't bother me from federals. However, in the United States, even though we have this federal system, but it's a one body. State government is the head and the brain, but the arms and the hands is operated by the local government. So we cannot be perfectly separated. So again, that is a starting point how we can understand the local autonomy and autonomous legislative rights. Why? Because we really want to maximize the level of autonomy and autonomous. However, we cannot separate from the head and our arms. It has to be one body. So that's why in the past 1 month, I just did dig in and Google so many articles and the government publications. Why? Because I really want to get some great example to introduce you and to give you some level of understanding. Because of this, local government can change the state government. And after that, it can change the federal government. So again, after I just waste almost like 2 weeks and ask my colleagues in my department and just teach me any one example, only one example is enough. And he told me that, we send a Congress to the federal government. That is the way how we can change the rule. And even, I need more example. Please give me. Why? Because the local autonomy can impact the state and federal government. Just teach me. And then finally he just, try to think. And then, why don't you send your governor to the White House? Yeah, that's the only way, right? So again, based on our knowledge, local autonomy and the autonomous legislative right has to be maximized for our residents and for our people, direct democracy. But even in the United States, practically it's impossible, right? And the fiscal federalism is really, really complicated. Why? Because they can be perfectly working as a leverage. Why? Because the local government can almost have a 30% of state revenue, and the state government almost have a 40 or 45% the federal government revenue. So that is the best way how the federal government control the state and how the state government control the local government, only because of money. So again, I'm pretty sure that the fiscal federalism has to be a next step and next topic. Right? Why? Because the length and the level of understanding is really, really humongous. So if you give me another chance, I'll definitely discuss about the fiscal federalism maybe next or maybe 2 years later.
지금 답변으로 충분히 질문에 대한 답변이 되었으면 합니다. 혹시 지금 플로어에서 질문이 있으면 받아보겠습니다. 약간 시간은 초과됐지만 혹시 오늘 질문을 못하면 집에 가서 오늘 잠이 오지 않으실 것 같다 하시는 분은 손을 들어서 질문을 해주시죠. 예. 질문이 따로 없으신 것 같습니다. 그래서 좀 1시간 50분이라는 시간만으로는 이 굉장히 중요하고 광범위한 주제에 대해서 다루기에는 많이 부족했던 것 같습니다. 그럼에도 불구하고 훌륭한 발표와 그다음에 토론해 주신 그 세 분께 다시 한번 감사의 말씀드립니다. 이것으로 1세션 마치겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 1세션을 잘 진행해 주신 윤광욱 법제시민관님과 토론과 발표를 해주신 분들께 감사드립니다. 네, 이번에는 2세션을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 2세션의 발표자와 토론자분들께서는 앞으로 나와주시길 바라고요. 네, 자리를 정돈하는 동안 잠시만 기다려주시면 감사하겠습니다.
Do you prefer that one or
No.
do you prefer?
Yes. 예.
That was a notice, so please point it.
갖고 있습니다. 갖고 있습니다.
네, 그 시간 관계상 이 섹션을 바로 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 그 이 세션의 사회를 맡은 한국법제연구원의 최원영입니다. 오, 네, 두 번째 세션은 일본의 사례입니다. 앞에서 그 미국의 자치 입법권과 관련된 이야기를 했는데요. 일본의 지방자치법과 우리나라의 지방자치법이 의외로 유사한 점이 많은데 틀린 점이 하나 있습니다. 그게 이 오늘 발표해 주실 벌칙 과태료 부과를 조례로 할 수 있는가 없는가의 문제입니다. 우리나라에서도 꽤 많은 쟁점이 되는 부분인데요. 이 발표를 위해서 오늘 일본에서 와주신 교수님을 소개해 올리겠습니다. 이마모토 케이스케 교수님이신데요. 와세다 대학에서 수학하셨고 니가타 대학에서 지금 행정법과 세법을 연구하시고 가르치고 계십니다. 쇼카이 간단히.
My name is Keisuke Imamoto. Good afternoon. I'm majoring in administrative law and tax law. Thank you.
네. 그리고 토론으로 김성배 국민대 교수님을 소개해 올리겠습니다. 그 위스콘신 대학에서 그 SJD를 하셨고요. 그 미국 법에 아주 정통하신 교수님이십니다. 두 번째 토론자는 대한민국 시도지사협의회의 김희진 연구위원이십니다. 부산대에서 법학을 전공하셨고 지금 현재 국민권익위원회 전문위원도 겸하고 계십니다. 진행과 관련해서 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 앞 섹션과 동일하게 발표는 20분에서 25분으로 하시고 그리고 토론은 7분에서 10분으로 하시고 시간이 좀 남으면 플로어의 질문을 받는 것으로 진행을 하겠습니다. 그러면 바로 발표를 듣도록 하겠습니다.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to make this presentation. My name is Keisuke Imamoto from Niigata University. I'm majoring in administrative law and tax law, and my current research focuses on local government finance. My assignment this time is to report on the distribution of legislative authority over fines and penalties between the central government and local governments in Japan. I'd also like to report on how local governments can be involved in the legislative process of the central government and the National Assembly, which affect the administration and finances of local governments. So first, I will explain local legislative authority over fines and penalties. First, before presenting the local legislative authority over fines and penalties in Japan, I will give an overview of administrative penalties in Japan. Under Japan's administrative law, one of the means to ensure the fulfillment of administrative obligations is to impose sanctions on failure to comply with administrative obligations. This is called administrative penalty. There are two types of administrative penalties: administrative criminal penalties and administrative fines. Administrative criminal penalties are the names of the punishment under the penal code, which include imprisonment with labor, imprisonment without labor, fine, misdemeanor imprisonment without work, and petty fine. These are imposed by criminal procedure. On the other hand, administrative fines are imposed for a violation of an obligation that has a risk of disrupting administrative order. They are not subject to the general provisions of the penal code or the code of criminal procedure. The initial question was whether it was possible to impose administrative criminal penalties and administrative fines twice. But the Supreme Court has ruled that it is possible. In this case, though the issue was a fine imposed by the Code of Criminal Procedure, not administrative fines, the court held that it did not fall under the prohibition of double punishment as provided in the Constitution, because criminal penalties and criminal administrative fines have different purposes, requirements, and procedures for fulfillment, and are not necessarily in a binary relationship, and do not interfere with the contemplation. Next, I will explain local legislative authority over fines and penalties in Japan. Article 94 of the Constitution of Japan states local public entities shall have the right to manage their property, affairs, and administration, and to enact their own regulations within law. I will explain the local public entities. Local public entities are two types in Japan. General local public entities and special local public entities. But it is general local public entities that have the authority to enact ordinances. There are two types of ordinary local public entities: municipalities, which are basic local public entities, and prefectures, which are wide area local public entities. In Japan, all areas except the Tokyo Special Ward belong to basic local public entities, and prefectures encompass them. Although the Tokyo Special Wards are special local public entities, the Tokyo Special Wards have authority almost similar to that of municipalities, and they have been granted the authority to enact ordinances. I return to the main explanation. In addition, Article 14, Paragraph 1 of the Local Autonomy Act provides that general local public entities may enact ordinances regarding the affairs referred to in Article 2, Paragraph 2, i.e., regional affairs and other affairs that are to be conducted by law or cabinet order based on the law, as long as they do not violate laws and regulations. Fines and penalties at issue in this presentation are provided in the Local Autonomy Act as follows. Article 14, Paragraph 3 of the Local Autonomy Act provides that, except as otherwise provided in laws and regulations, general local public entities may establish provisions in their ordinances to the effect that a person who violates an ordinance shall be imprisoned with or without work for not more than 2 years, fined not more than 1 million yen, imprisoned for misdemeanor without work, petty fine, or carried administrative fine of not more than 50,000 yen. And Article 15, Paragraph 2 of the Local Autonomy Act provides that the head of a general local public entity can, except as otherwise provided in laws and regulations, establish a provision in the rules of a general local public entity to impose an administrative fine of not more than 50,000 yen on a person who violates the rules. Administrative fines are imposed by the head of the government, local government, and if they are not paid, they are collected by the procedure when local taxis are delinquent. They have the advantage that they can be imposed simply and quickly because they can be imposed after the head has given an opportunity to explain himself. Prior to the enactment of the so-called Omnibus Act on decentralization, it was not possible to establish an ordinance for the delegation of functions to the executive agency of local public entities by the central government under the instruction and supervision of relevant ministers. So administrative fines imposed independently by the head were excluded from the scope of the ordinance. However, with the enactment of the Omnibus Act on decentralization, the affairs delegated to executive agencies of local public entities by the central government have been abolished, and local public entities can now establish ordinances for all affairs of local public entities. So they can impose administrative fines by ordinance. Prior to the enactment of the Omnibus Act on decentralization, prior to the enactment of the Omnibus Act on decentralization, administrative fines tended to be imposed for violation of administrative obligations, such as violations of notification obligations, and criminal fines tended to be imposed for violations of duties that directly infringe administrative purposes, such as violations of order. But after the enactment of the Omnibus Act on decentralization, administrative fines tend to be imposed for minor violations of obligations. For example, violations of the Littering Prevention Ordinance. Next, I move to Supreme Court's ruling on whether punishment can be imposed by ordinance. Article 31 of the Constitution of Japan provides no person shall be deprived of life or liberty, nor shall any other criminal penalty be imposed, except according to procedure established by law. At the time of the first enactment of the Local Autonomy Act in 1946, it was planned to establish fines by law or not by ordinance. It was not until the 1947 amendment that the ordinance was able to prescribe penalties as it is now. Therefore, at first, the question was whether local public entities can impose penalties by their ordinance, and if they can, whether punishment can be imposed by ordinance without the mandate of the law. The Supreme Court ruled that imposing a penalty by an ordinance based on Article 14, Paragraph 2 of the Local Autonomy Act does not violate Article 31 of the Constitution. In the case of Supreme Court case May 30, 1962, hearing after the case of 1962. The case of 1962 is a following case. following case. Osaka City's ordinance on the regulation of prostitution and solicitation on streets, etc., provided that the act of following or inviting another person on the street or other public place for the purpose of prostitution should be punished by a fine of not more than 5,000 yen or misdemeanor imprisonment without work. The defendant argued that the fact that Article 14, Paragraph 2 of the Local Autonomy Act means that when the scope of the authorization is unspecified, abstract, and not concretely specified, it is generally impossible to impose penalties on any matter under the ordinance. He also argued that it violated Article 31 of the Constitution, which provides the principle of criminal penalties. The court stated as follows. Article 31 of the Constitution does not necessarily mean that all punishments must be determined by the statute itself, but it should be understood that they can be determined by the regulations provided by the authorization of the statute. And this is clear from the proviso to Article 73, number 6 of the Constitution. It goes without saying, however, that the authorization of the statute should not be an unspecified general carte blanche. Incidentally, among the matters provided in Article 2 of the Local Autonomy Act, the matters listed in paragraph 3, number 7, and number 1 are relevant to this case. But these matters are quite specific in content, and the scope of penalties under Article 14, paragraph 5, current paragraph 3, of the same law is limited. Moreover, since an ordinance is a self-governing legislation enacted by a resolution of the Assembly of a local government organized by publicly elected members and is different in nature from an order enacted by the executive branch, but rather similar to a statute enacted by a resolution of the Diet organized by the people, which is composed of publicly elected members of the people. It is reasonable to interpret that the penalty can be prescribed by the ordinance when the authorization of the statute is substantially specific and limited. It can be said that the provision of penalties within the scope of limited punishment, as in Article 14, Paragraph 5, current Paragraph 3 of the Local Autonomy Act, with respect to matters of considerable specificity, such as Article 2, Paragraph 3, number 7, and number 1 of the Local Autonomy Act, means to punish in accordance with the procedure prescribed by law in the sense of Article 31 of the Constitution. Therefore, the clause of the ordinance in question under Article 14, Paragraph 5 of the Local Autonomy Act cannot be said to violate Article 31 of the Constitution. As described above, in the case of 1962, by referring to the debate on the scope of derogation to the order of the statute as to whether punishment can be imposed by the ordinance, the logic was taken that it is legal if the ordinance imposes the punishment within the scope of the law, on the premise that the punishment is imposed only by law. The Supreme Court loosely interpreted on this point, stating that the scope delegating penalties to ordinance by the Local Autonomy Act was sufficient to be quite specific, limited, as to whether the law was authorizing the ordinance comprehensively, because the ordinance is similar to a law enacted by the Diet, unlike an order. Therefore, it is understood that the Supreme Court did not interpret that the power to enact ordinances provided in Article 94 of the Constitution includes the power to set penalties. From the outset, it has been strongly advocated that since the power to enact ordinances is directly authorized by the Constitution, penalties for violations of ordinances can be prescribed without a special derogation of the law. According to this view, penalties for violations of ordinances can be prescribed by ordinances, but the Local Autonomy Act only provides the limit of penalties set by ordinances. In the case of 1962, Judge Tarumi and Judge Fujita stated in their concurring opinions that contrary to the Constitution's provision, the Cabinet order cannot include penal provisions in such Cabinet order unless authorized by the law, or ordinances may be enacted under the broad limitation of merely within the scope of the law. They said that the Local Autonomy Act has established a general restriction on the extent to which an ordinance can be enacted, and this restriction is not unconstitutional even if it is broad and comprehensive, unlike in the case of delegation to a Cabinet order, and that penalties can be provided by ordinance even if there is no mandate of law. Next, I move to local legislative authority over fines and penalties after the Omnibus Act on decentralization of 1998. Since the Omnibus Act on Decentralization of 1998 no longer provides an example of the affairs of local governments under Article 2, Paragraph 3 of the former Local Autonomy Act, it became difficult to follow the logic of the ruling of the case of 1962. Article 2, Paragraph 2 of the current Local Autonomy Act simply provides that general local public entities shall handle affairs and other affairs in the region that are to be handled by law or by cabinet order based thereon. And there is no longer provision for examples of local government affairs, which is the basis for the case of 1962, that it is not a carte blanche delegation to ordinances. In the first decentralization reform that began in 1999, the scope of the enactment of ordinances was expanded because the delegation of functions to the executive agency of local public entities by the central government under the instruction and supervision of relevant ministers abolished. In addition, in the second decentralization reform that began in 2010, the scope of the enactment of ordinances was further expanded by reconsidering the mandates and frameworks imposed by statute on local public entities through several revisions. Under these circumstances, it is not possible to take the view adopted by the case of 1962 that a penalty can only be imposed if the ordinance is within the scope of the mandate of the law. Rather, since local public entities which are recognized by the Constitution as governing bodies along with the central government can establish ordinances, it seems reasonable to interpret that local governments can naturally set penalties in ordinances. As a problem today, it has been pointed out that it is difficult to set a means of fulfilling obligations other than administrative fines by ordinance, since it is interpreted that administrative enforcement measures can only be created by law according to the Act on Substitute Execution by Administration. However, it should be noted that since it is substitute execution, it should be noted that since it is the public prosecutor's office that prosecutes violations of administrative criminal penalties, the cases in which public prosecutors can prosecute are limited. It should be also noted that administrative fines are ineffective because if the imposed party does not pay voluntarily, the cost of compulsory collection will exceed the amount of the administrative fine. Since administrative enforcement measures have been limited by the repeal of the Administrative Enforcement Act after World War II, attention should be paid to the expansion of easy administrative compulsory enforcement. Although the substitute execution of administrations is determined by the ordinance, there is a problem that it is not possible to exclude the obligator from his land or building because the subject is only an alternative act obligation. And there is a problem of cost burden. The next to the recruitment of proposal method in Japan. Another agenda of this time is how local governments can engage with the legislative process of the central government and National Assembly regarding laws and regulations that affect the administration and finance of the local governments. In this regard, I would like to introduce the recruitment of proposal method regarding the relaxation of the mandates and framework for local public entities. In Japan, as part of the reform of the mandates and frameworks imposed by statute on local public entities, the recruitment of proposal method from local public entities regarding the relaxation of mandate and frameworks has been introduced since 2014. In Japan, as part of in Japan, as part of the reform of the mandates and frameworks imposed by statutes on local public entities, the recruitment of proposal method from local public entities regarding the relaxation of mandates and frameworks has been introduced since 2014. The decentralization reform that began in 1999 came to a halt in 2014 with the completion of the review of the recommendations of the Committee for the Promotion of Decentralization Reform and entered a new stage. According to the Advisory Committee on Decentralization Reform, the mission of decentralization reform is to create independent regions by making use of their individuality. And in addition to tackling existing issues, a recruitment of a proposal method should be introduced. In this method, reform proposals related to the transfer of authority and deregulation to local governments with an emphasis on the initiative and diversity of local governments are recruited. It was also noted that the delegation of authority from central government to local governments is to be carried out uniformly throughout the country in principle, and that if it is difficult to delegate authority uniformly, a hand-raising method in which the authority of the central government is selectively transferred to the desired local governments should be introduced. Amendments were made 9 times from the 5th Omnibus Act to the 13th Omnibus Act. And I move to conclusion. I have described the legislative authority of local governments in Japan regarding administrative penalties and the recruitment of proposals in Japan. In Japan, the authority to impose administrative penalties is not allocated between the central government and local governments, and local governments can impose administrative criminal fines and administrative fines by ordinances and regulations issued by the head of a local public entity within the scope of the statutes. It means that administrative penalties can be provided by ordinance within the scope enacted by the Local Autonomy Act. In addition, in the following cases, the ordinance will be restricted from setting penalties. First, if a statute prohibits or restricts the provision of penalties by ordinance, penalties cannot be provided by ordinance in violation thereof. Second, is the provisions of individual statutes and regulations provides that penalties can be set by ordinance to a certain extent. No other penalties can be prescribed by ordinance. Third, if it is understood that penalties cannot be prescribed in an ordinance from the overall system of statutes and regulations, penalties may not be prescribed in an ordinance. In Japan, it is pointed out that since the methods of ensuring the fulfillment of obligations are limited, it is necessary to find methods other than administrative penalties in the future. That's all for my presentation. Thank you very much.
네, 일본에서 조례로 이제 벌금 또 과태료 등을 이제 조례로 부과할 수 있다라고 하는 그 점을 이제 판례 등을 들어서 설명을 해주신 것 같습니다. 제가 일본에서 공부를 해서 좀 이제 용어상 오해가 있을 수 있는 부분들에 대해서 잠깐만 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 그 90페이지에 번역되어 있는 거 보면 맨 꼭대기에 범칙금 부과가 일반적으로 가능하다가 아니고 불가능하다로 주장되어 있는 것으로 보시면 될 것 같습니다. 그 원고가 이거는 조례로 정할 수 없다, 나를 처벌할 수 없다라고 이제 주장한 건데 번역이 잘못됐고요. 헌법 제73조 제6호 단서 조항은 일본 헌법 73조는 내각의 사무를 규정하는 법입니다. 그 규정입니다. 근데 그 6호에 보면 법률을 시행하기 위해서 정령을 제정할 근거를 두고 있는데 이제 우리나라의 시행령이죠. 근데 단 정령에 즉 시행령에 그 법률의 위임이 있는 경우를 제외하고는 벌칙을 둘 수 없다라는 규정이 있습니다. 이 규정의 반대 해석을 통해서 조례와 정령의 관계를 밝혀서 조례로 벌칙을 둘 수 있다고 해석하고 있는 겁니다. 그래서 그 내용을 조금 아셔야 될 것 같아서. 그리고 일본국 헌법 제31조는 적법 절차 원칙을 규정하고 있는 내용입니다. 그 내용을 조금 더 부연해서 설명을 드리고요. 그 뒤에 대체행위 의무라는 건 이제 대체적 자기 의무를 의미하는 것이고요. 그 다음에 이 제한 공모 방식은 좀 구체적인 설명이 필요할 것 같은데 그 부분은 나중에 이제 토론 이후에 시간이 나오면 하겠습니다. 그러면 그 첫 번째 토론자이신 김성배 교수님 모시고 토론을 듣도록 하겠습니다.
네, thank you for inviting me as a discussant to this academic conference. I'm a Professor Kim from Kookmin University. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the Minister of Legislation and the academic organization for hosting the 2023 International Forum on Local Autonomy Legislation. This platform has provided me with a unique opportunity to delve into Professor Keisuke Imamoto's paper first, enhancing my understanding of the evaluation of local government legislation in Korea. I extend a special thank you to Chairman Choro Che of Korea Association of Local Government Law for facilitating this enlightening discussion. Imposition of penalties by audience is still an ongoing issue in Korea, and the allocation of legislative power between the central and local government is a matter of debate in Korea and Japan. In the United States, where various forms of local government exist and local autonomy is highly valued, those are also debating issues. Article 34, paragraph 1 of Korea's current Local Government Act stipulates that local government may impose a fine of not more than 10 million won by audience for the violation of audience. In contrast, Japanese Article 14 of the Local Autonomy Act allows for the certain criminal fine and penalties. Notably, Korea's Local Autonomy Act is distinctive in its limitation to the administrative fine for the audience violation. While the current provision confined penalty to the administrative fines, there was a period when Korean Local Autonomy Act permitted comprehensive criminal penalties through audiences. Instance occurs when not only local council but also administrative rules set by the head of local government could impose criminal penalties. Due to time constraint, I want to skip a detailed explanation of the legal history regarding penalties from audience violation in Korea. Please refer to the discussion paper for the further information. Despite of the significance of the local autonomy, the Korean Constitution addresses local autonomy in only 2 articles. Article 117 of the Constitution emphasized the principle of statutory supremacy, stating that local government shall deal with the administrative matters pertaining to the welfare of local residents, management property, and may enact provisions related to the local autonomy within the limit of Act and subordinary statute. Personally, I align this constitutional debate with the theory of legislative preemption observed in United States. Article 28 of Korean Local Government Act currently poses an obstacle to the local self-government development by requiring delegate authority from the law when the determining penalty related to the resident's right over imposing obligation. Scholarly opinion advocating for the active interpretation of law allow local government to independently establish criminal penalty through ordinance reflecting change time exists. However, the majority view of maintaining that imposing criminal penalty through the ordinance is generally impractical, aligning with the current legal interpretation and precedent upholding the principle no punishment without law, nuna pina sine lege, under the Constitution. To my knowledge, Professor Keisuke is actually actively researching the local government system in the United States too. From the comparative legal and practical perspective, I would like to pose several questions. Firstly, regarding the allocation of legislative power between the central and local government in the United States, the Dillon Rule and Home Rule were historically significant. But as I believe, the current focus is changes on the interpretation of preemption. In connection with the specific area of contention, I am interested in the application of preemption. For example, concerning sharing economies such as share housing like Airbnb and share car service like Uber, minimum wage, sick leave or paid leave, anti-discrimination measure related to the audience against LGBT discrimination, etc. And the distribution of legislative power between the central government and local government in property tax levies, such as California Proposition 13 of 1978. For instance, New York recognized state law preemption on share house, while New York City has its own enhanced ordinance imposing fines and penalties for shared home advertising. In contrast, Colorado is known to have a preempted state law legalizing share homes and preventing local government from regulating them. In the case of share vehicle service, many American states allow shared vehicle service through state law preemption, local government ordinance. I'm curious about the legislative power distribution in this area in Japan. In connection with the previous question, I'm interested in the understanding if there are any common problem in Japan when criminal penalties are imposed by ordinance at the discretion of individual local government. For instance, what is the relationship between general provision of Japanese criminal code and ordinance established when penalties are imposed? In Korean Criminal Code, Article 2, domestic offenses apply to both Korean nationals and aliens who commit crime within the territory of Korea. I wonder how the principle of nationality, limitation to resident, and territoriality limited reason are handled. Specifically, what happened when behavior defined as crime by ordinance in one area, not crime, but a mere violation of administrative order in another. On personal note, I anticipate that area where criminal penalty are imposed by audience in specific region, despite not big crime under nationwide criminal law, are likely subject of discussion regarding decriminalization. I'm curious if there are cases where the conflict or contradiction with the decriminalization movement arise in Japan. Additionally, as local government audience offer more regional diversity compared to the central law, I'm curious about potential controversies related to the punishment of residents from other regions unaware of the existence of such audience. If there are specific tendencies or categorized reasons for local government imposing criminal penalty, I would appreciate hearing about them. Lastly, in the case of the U.S., the principle of no penalty without law of Congress, Nuna Fina Sine Lege, which is considered fundamental in the continental legal system, is not embraced. Instead, imposition of penalty based on customary law and legal precedent is acknowledged in the United States. In the case of Japan, I believe it was influenced by U.S. law a little more than Korea. It seems to have been influenced by the U.S. more in the process enacting the peace constitution and the post-war legislation. I wonder whether this kind of thinking influenced the reform of the local autonomy legislation and the interpretation of imposition of penalty by ordinance and the revision of local autonomy. Thank you for your attention, and I'm looking forward to fruitful discussion this matter. Thanks.
네, 그리고 바로 김희진 박사님. 네.
네. 안녕하세요. 시도지사협의회 김희진이라고 합니다. 오늘 이마모토 교수님께서 이제 행정벌, 조례 제정권 그리고 적법 절차의 원칙까지 이제 대해서 이제 검토를 해주셨는데 일본의 그래서 이제 지자체 입법 권한과 관련해서 제 개인적으로 많이 공부할 수 있었던 것 같습니다. 그런데 제가 이제 발제문을 제대로 이해했는지는 모르겠지만 우선 제가 이해를 한 대로 질문을 좀 두 가지 질문을 드리는 것으로 이제 토론에 가름하고자 합니다. 발제문에서는 그 일본의 경우 조례로 이제 범칙금을 규정할 수 있는지에 대해서 견해가 나뉘고 있음을 이제 알 수 있었습니다. 제가 편하게 1설과 2설이라는 2설로 이제 구분하도록 하겠습니다. 1설은 그 범칙금을 조례로 규정하는 경우 그 조례는 법령의 구체적이고 제한적인 수권을 받았을 때 가능하다라는 것이고, 2설은 조례 제정 권한은 헌법에 의해 직접 위임이 되었기 때문에 법률에 특별한 위임이 없이도 범칙금을 조례로 이제 규정할 수 있다라는 것입니다. 한국의 경우에는 먼저 조례 제정권의 근거를 살펴보면 헌법 117조 1항에 지방자치단체는 법령의 범위에서 자치에 관한 규정을 제정할 수 있다라고 해서 지자체에게 조례 제정권을 보장하고 있습니다. 그리고 지방자치법 28조 1항은 지방자치단체는 법령의 범위에서 그 사무에 관하여 조례를 제정할 수 있다. 다만 주민의 권리 제한 또는 의무 부과에 관한 사항이나 벌칙을 정할 때에는 법률의 위임이 있어야 된다라고 이제 헌법상 조례 제정권을 구체화시키고 있습니다. 그리고 이제 지방자치법 34조 1항에서는 조례 위반에 대해서 조례로서 과태료를 부과할 수 있음을 규정하고 있는데요. 따라서 이제 한국의 경우에는 지방자치법 34조와 28조 1항 단서에 따라서 법률에 위임이 있는 경우에 과태료 규정을 조례로 이제 정할 수 있고, 벌금과 같은 행정형벌의 경우에는 헌법 13조 1항 그 모든 국민은 행위 시의 법률에 의하여 범죄를 구성하지 아니하는 행위로 소추되지 아니하며라고 이제 규정을 하고 있는 것과, 그리고 헌법 12조 1항에 법률과 적법한 절차에 의하지 아니하고는 처벌, 보완 처분 또는 강제노역을 받지 아니한다라는 규정에 따라서 이제 죄형법정주의가 적용이 되어서 행정형벌의 경우에는 법률로서만 규정할 수는 이제 법률로서만 이제 규정을 할 수 있고, 그리고 지방자치법 28조 1항 단서 규정과 같이 법률에 특별한 수권이 없는 한 이제 조례의 행정형벌을 이제 규정하는 것은 인정되지 않고 있습니다. 즉 한국은 행정형벌이나 질서벌 모두 이제 법률에 위임이 있어야 조례로 제정할 수 있는데요. 한편 그 일본의 경우에도 헌법 31조에 그 이제 저는 이제 재형법정주의라고 이제 이해를 했는데 이제 최한용 박사님께서는 적법 절차의 원칙이라고 하셨지만 우선 제가 이해한 대로 한번 말씀드려보겠습니다. 그래서 일본의 이설에 따르면은 법률에 특별한 위임이 없어도 이제 조례 위반에 대한 어떤 범칙금을 규정할 수 있다라는 주장에 대해서 이설과 같이 구체적인 어떤 논거는 무엇인지, 그래서 일본에서는 헌법상 그 94조 조례 제정권과 재형법정주의의 관계를 어떻게 판단을 하고 있는지 이제 질문을 드립니다. 한국은 이제 법률의 근거가 없이 제정할 수 있는 그 조례 사항은 어떻게 보면은 급부 행정 정도에 대해서만 이제 조례를 제정할 수 있는데요. 만약 그 한국에서도 이설과 같이 그 이제 판단을 할 수 있다라고 한다면 그 조례 제정권의 범위가 매우 넓어질 것이고, 그리고 지방자치법 28조 1항의 단서 규정도 삭제할 수 있지 않을까 생각합니다. 그리고 두 번째는 그 지자체의 중앙정부 및 국회 입법 과정의 참여 방안으로서 교수님께서는 지방 공공단체의 위임 및 체계 완화에 관한 일본의 제한 모집 방식을 이제 설명을 해주셨습니다. 그 일본의 제한 모집 방식은 일률적 권한 위임이 어려운 경우 이제 희망하는 지자체에게 중앙정부의 권한을 선택적으로 이양하는 거수 방식이라고 이제 설명을 해주시면서 현재는 이제 13차 이제 지방분권 일괄법까지 개정이 이루어졌다라고 말씀을 해주셨습니다. 한국의 경우에도 일본의 사례와 유사하게 2020년 1월에 지방 일괄 이양법을 최초로 통과시켰는데요. 다만 이제 한국의 경우에는 일본의 경우와는 달리 중앙정부의 권한을 개별 지자체에게 선택적으로 이양을 하는 것이 아니라 전체 이제 지자체에게 일률적으로 이양하는 것이었습니다. 그래서 따라서 일본의 이런 제한 모집 방식에 의한 지방분권 일괄법은 어떻게 보면은 한국에서는 그 차등분권과 그런 논의와 이제 대응시킬 수 있다라고 생각이 되는데, 차등분권이라는 것은 각 지자체별로 그 자치 능력에 대응하는 수준의 자치권을 부여받을 수 있고 또 그렇게 부여받아야 한다라는 것을 이제 의미합니다. 즉 모든 지자체에게 같은 정도의 권한을 이양하는 것이 이제 이양하는 획일적인 분권화를 추진하는 것이 아니라 지방자치단체별로 주민들의 그런 자치에 대한 어떤 의식, 능력, 그리고 의지, 그리고 자치단체의 재정 능력이나 행정 능력 등에 따라서 차이가 있음을 근거로 해서 같은 수준, 그 같은 계층의 지자체라고 하더라도 그 자치 능력에 따라서 각각 분권화된 수준의 차등화를 이제 차등화하는 제도를 의미하는 개념이라고 할 수 있습니다. 그런데 이제 한국에서는 이러한 논의에 대해서 이제 차등적 분권이 오히려 인구수에 따라서 그 지방자치단체를 우등과 열등으로 이제 나누게 되고, 그래서 수도권 집중이나 대도시 집중 현상을 부추기는 것이 아닌지에 대한 어떤 고민이 필요하다라는 그런 견해도 있는데요. 그래서 일본에서는 이러한 제한 모집 방식으로 인해서 나타나는 어떤 문제점이나 일본의 어떤 상황 등에 대해서 이제 말씀을 해주시면 감사하겠습니다. 네, 이상 토론을 마치도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 우리 이만부터 교수님 여기 올라오시기 전에 구글 번역기를 사용하셔갖고 이 토론문을 전체적으로 다 이해하시고 계십니다. 그래서 질문 내용도 다 충분히 이해하고 계신 걸로 알고 있습니다. 답변 부탁드리겠습니다.
Thank you for comment to me. The questions are written only in Korean, so I made a manuscript as fast as possible, but it is not incomplete. It is not complete, so please forgive me. Dr. Kim Sun-bai, thank you for your question. I learned a lot about the fact that in Korea, even though fines were originally stipulated by ordinance in 1994, only fines were stipulated by ordinance. The first point is how the theory of preemption is developed. In the second decentralization reform mentioned in the report, the mandatory framework was reviewed and the scope of the enactment of the ordinance was expanded. However, I am concerned that this could be interpreted as expanding the scope of the ordinance only if the mandatory framework is reviewed by national law. Here are some of the questions you asked. First. Airbnb? Airbnb, okay. First, Airbnb. In Japan, the taxi driver is strictly protected by taxi driver's license. And after COVID-19, the taxi drivers reduced, but the sightseeing passengers are increasing. So it is a problem that the taxi driver are not enough. So the 何でしたっけ？あれタクシーのあれです。Sorry、あれですよ。要するにAirbnb みたいなやつを何て言うんでしたっけ？そうタクシードライバーでsorry. So the taxi not driven by taxi driver is examined, but the taxi drivers strongly opposed, strictly opposed, strongly opposed to that movement. Okay. And second is okay. Minimum wage. I moved to the minimum wage. The minimum wage is provided by the Act of minimum wage to be set by prefecture. Therefore, it will be higher in Tokyo and other areas and lower in rural areas. Some people see this as a problem. And third is sick leave and paid leave. Oh, okay. Sick leave, paid leave are provided in the national law and are not provided by ordinances in Japan. And anti-discrimination measures, anti-discrimination measures are also provided in the national law, and they cannot be provided in ordinances. And the distribution of legislative power, tax levy. Property tax can only be levied by municipalities in Japan, according to the Local Tax Act. Rather, the relationship between the valuation of fixed assets and the assessment of inheritance tax can be problematic. Recently, in the field of personal information protection, on the contrary, what was provided by ordinance has been provided by the Act of Personal Information Protection. This is attracting attention as an example of centralization. It is also in Japan that punishment differs depending on the region. For example, the Youth Protection and Development Ordinance is not established only in Nagano Prefecture. Nagano Prefecture is an education prefecture, so it is not a problem, I think. Next, Dr. Kim Hee-jin, thank you for your question. I would like to thank you for telling me about the situation in Korea. I will answer the first question of the relationship between the power of enacting ordinances and the doctrine of no punishment without law. Many criminal law scholars argue that there is still the doctrine of no punishment without law, and that the penalty cannot be prescribed by ordinance. However, now that the scope of enactment of ordinances is expanding, I think that few people would object to prescribing penalties in ordinances within the scope provided by the Local Autonomy Act. Next, I will move to the second question. Originally, it was intended to delegate authority uniformly to Japan. But since there is a large difference in the physical strength of basic local governments, the recruitment of proposal method has been adopted. In connection with this, the merger of municipalities has been promoted in Japan, but it has not been actively promoted recently. This is due to a rapidly declining population and a declining birth rate and aging population. In other words, it is becoming difficult to maintain municipalities with a full set of powers. Cooperation between municipalities is currently underway. However, by promoting cooperation among municipalities, municipalities with less authority will appear. It has been pointed out whether this violates the essence of local self-government provided in the Constitution. I don't necessarily answer all of them, but that's all I can say. Thank you.
네, 발표와 토론 감사합니다. 시간이 그렇게 남아 있는 상황이 아니라서 네, 이 섹션을 마무리하면서 일본어의 그 용어 사용과 우리의 용어 사용이 굉장히 유사해 보이지만 또 다를 수 있습니다. 그래서 이 번역문이 약간 수정돼야 될 것들을 좀 이제 제안을 드리고요. 그리고 이 제한 모집 방식에 있어서의 차등 분권 문제인데 일본 사람들이 이걸 차등 분권이라고 이야기하지 않습니다. 지방자치단체가 원하는 것을 지침이나 하위 법령 단계에서 풀어주는 방식을 택하고 있기 때문에 굳이 이게 그 차등이다 뭐 이런 이제 표현을 쓰고 있지는 않는다는 점을 좀 부연하면서 네, 이 섹션을 마치도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 일본의 좋은 사례를 논의해 주신 네 분께 다시 한번 감사드립니다. 네, 시간 관계상 이어서 바로 3세션을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 3세션의 발표자와 토론자분들께서는 앞으로 나와 주시기 바랍니다. 잠시 자리를 정돈하도록 하겠습니다.
Ich bin Kim. Hallo, Kim Namchal. Ja. Freut mich sehr. Freue mich. Sie sprechen auch Deutsch. Das ist halt toll. Viele Leute, die Deutsch können. Ich habe 1990er Jahre in Tübingen bei Professor Büttner promoviert. Büttner, das ist ja schön, ja. Das ist mein Landeskarte. Ja, vielen Dank. Ja. Oh, Dankeschön, Dankeschön. Ja, Herr Büttner ist inzwischen ja auch im Ruhestand, aber ein sehr netter Kollege. Ach, ja. Wir haben nicht gerne Zeit. Okay, das ist ein deutscher Wort. Ja, etwas gekürzt.
네, 그럼 모두 착석을 부탁드리고요. 자리에 착석해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 네, 그럼 마이크를 3세션 좌장이신 홍성기 교수님께 넘기도록 하겠습니다.
예, 안녕하십니까. 3세션 사회를 맡은 동대 홍성기입니다. 시간이 지금 많이 지체가 된 관계로 간단하게 제가 그 발제자와 토론자를 소개를 해드리고 바로 바로 세션을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 오늘의 발제는 프라이북 대학의 얀 헨릭 클레멘트 교수님이 발표를 맡아주시겠습니다. 만하인 대학 법경제학 교수하시고 바덴-württemberg 고등법원 판사를 하시다가 지금은 프라이북에서 공법 교수로 계십니다. 그리고 토론자로는 연세대학교 김남철 교수님이십니다. 김남철 교수님은 튜빙엔에서 공부를 하셨는데요. 오늘 마침 튜빙엔의 포장재와 관련된 주제가 있어서 오늘 좋은 토론을 부탁드릴 것 같습니다. 마지막으로 3세션 토론자는 박상균 법제처에서 경상북도 법제협력관으로 계신 분입니다. 경제법제국 법제관하고 행정법제국 법제관인데 실무적인 차원에서 좋은 토론을 해주실 거라고 생각을 하고요. 그러면 클레멘트 교수님께 한 25분, you have 25 minutes, okay, the presentation, 하고 그리고 나서 바로 3세션 진행하도록 하겠습니다.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor. I would like to start with the Korean word, 감사합니다. Thank you so much for your kind invitation. I enjoy very much discovering your great country and meeting all these inspiring people. Let me talk about German federalism. First, Germany as a federal state. Pursuant to Article 20 of the Basic Law, the Federal Republic of Germany is a federal state. The Federal Republic consists of 16 constituent states, known in Germany as Länder, and the Union itself, the Bund. Both the Länder and the Bund have the character of legal entities. The principle of the sovereignty of the individual German states, enshrined in the Basic Law, is not just a founding myth of state theory or a worthless formal guarantee, but binding constitutional law. It guarantees, inter alia, a core set of material rights of sovereignty at the level of the Länder. According to the so-called eternity clause in Article 79, paragraph 3 of the Basic Law, the principle of federalism cannot even be abolished by a constitutional amendment. In legal practice, federalism means that state power, meaning legislative, executive, and judicial powers, must be divided between two levels of state authority, namely the federal level and the level of the Länder. Federalism is therefore an extremely complicated matter. I would estimate that if Germany were not a federal republic but a unitary state, the scope of the Basic Law would be decreased by a third. Article 30 of the Basic Law enshrines the principle that the exercise of all state powers and the discharge of state functions is a matter for the lender, except as otherwise provided for or permitted by the Basic Law. This rule applies to all three types of state power and therefore also to legislation. Admittedly, this principle is primarily a formal and systematic one without any tangible substantive content. The operative provisions are contained elsewhere in the Basic Law. In Article 72 at SEC, the legislative powers are divided between the federal government and the federal states. Article 82 at SEC deal with the execution of federal laws, which is primarily the responsibility of the lender and not of the federal government. The financial constitution governs the allocation of authority to make tax law and distributes sovereignty over revenue. The dualism of federal and state governments is complemented by self-governing bodies with their own competencies and the right not to suffer interference by the federal state or the federal government in the exercise of these competencies. This applies in particular to municipalities, to which the Constitution grants the right to manage their own local affairs. Second, federalism as a learning constitution. Federalism is a kind of vertical separation of powers. It protects the freedom of citizens and thus complements fundamental rights. At the same time, federalism represents a commitment to decentralized local decision-making. Federalism enables a competition of ideas, a political selection process. It allows for different forms of democratic legitimacy. The diversity of the federal system was particularly evident during the coronavirus pandemic. In Germany, the pandemic was tackled from the bottom up. In the early stage of the pandemic, the Administrative Act, Verwaltungsakt, experienced a renaissance in the form of the so-called General Decrees, Allgemeinverfügungen. The General Decrees were issued at the local administrative level, meaning by districts and municipalities. The state was able to act at this level before the lender and the federal government could. Later, the fight against the pandemic moved to the level of the state governments, which used the instruments of statutory orders, Rechtsverordnung. When the call for uniform national rules finally became louder in the late stage of the pandemic, contact restrictions and other measures were finally enshrined in federal law. For all its advantages, promoting the German model of federalism is not always an easy task, even in Germany itself. This has nothing to do with the complexity of the legal regulations, but rather with the fact that federalism inevitably also means diversity. Diversity of opinions, diversity of solutions, and diversity of results. Too much diversity has always been somewhat suspicious to the Germans, who only achieved their national unity in 1871, comparatively late by European standards. Thus, federalism will always have opponents who do not necessarily express their rejection openly, but who are suspicious of any form of diversity and for whom nothing is more important than uniform rules and uniform living conditions all over the country. Nevertheless, federalism is part of Germany's DNA from a constitutional but also from a cultural and historical perspective. Whether there is anything Korea can learn from German federalism is a question that only Korea can answer itself. I have heard that some in Korea are considering setting up a second chamber along the lines of the Federal Council. For Germany, I can say that the historical influence of federalism probably facilitated the 1989 revolution against the East German central government, and that the re-establishment of federal structures after 1990 was an important factor in building a stable state in the post-communist era. In a country's political debate on the advantages and disadvantages of federalism, it may also be helpful to recognize that the decision for or against federalism is not an absolute one. Federalism, designed well, is a system that constantly learns and adapts to expectations. The German political system can be described as a constant struggle between federal and centrifugal forces, checking and balancing each other. This dialectic is reflected in the constitutional legal system. For example, permitting the federal state to legislate in furtherance of uniform living conditions on the one hand, and requiring the resolution of issues at the lowest possible level of government, principle of subsidiarity, on the other. Thus, opting for a federal system does not necessarily mean weakening state authority or losing coherence and unity. I would like to illustrate this with the example of the distribution of legislative powers. It will be shown that the allocation of legislative powers to the Länder in no way means that the Länder will henceforth go their separate ways in the area in question. There are numerous finely woven instruments that preserve the unity of the German legal system. Third, German federalism in the legislative field. While the execution of federal laws is indeed largely the responsibility of the Länder, the legislation itself is in essential parts reserved to the federation. Only comparatively modest residual powers remain with the Länder. These include, in particular, education law, schools, universities, general security law and media law as far as media content is concerned. It is often criticized that the creeping loss of legislative powers threatens the existence of the state parliaments and thus of the states themselves. The federal states have tried to resist the trends towards unitarization and Europeanization, but only with modest success. Even where the federal states have legislative powers, they often coordinate politically with each other and thus arrive at uniform or at least very similar solutions. A further unifying effect may result from the content of the basic law, which is also binding on the power of the federal states. The Federal Constitutional Court, for example, has developed a large number of provisions restricting creative freedom in the field of media law from the fundamental right enshrined in Article 5, Para 2 of the Basic Law. Other examples are university law, heavily predetermined by the guarantee of academic freedom, and data protection law. The latter was ultimately developed from the fundamental right to informational self-determination and is still held together across federal jurisdictional boundaries by the case law of the Federal Constitutional Court. Even this brief overview makes it clear that there are strong centrifugal forces at work in the German political system. Nonetheless, there is a longing for unity and cohesion that is reflected in the basic law. Let me illustrate this with two decisions. The first comes from the Federal Constitutional Court, Bundesverfassungsgericht, and dates back to 1998. This decision represents the centrifugal forces in the German system because it derives from the basic law an unwritten legal principle with anti-federal tendency. In German we call this principle the Gebot der Widerspruchsfreiheit. As many concepts of our law, it is a very difficult term to translate into English. I will speak here of a principle of legal coherence. The term does not mean that in a federal system a legal rule must be enacted on a constitutional grant of authority and must not be in direct conflict with a higher ranking legal rule. These are two requirements that are self-evident and have never been called into question. Rather, the principle of coherence states that a legal provision enacted by the Länder or by the municipalities must also be conceptually integrated with higher ranking law. That is, the empirical effects of compliance with the legal provision enacted by the lower ranking entity must not conflict with the political intentions of the higher ranking law. The decision of the Federal Constitutional Court concerned a tax levied by the city of Kassel on plastic packaging for disposable tableware such as that used at Christmas markets, very important in Germany, and other public festivals. In the statute, the city of Kassel stipulated that a tax must be paid on non-reusable packaging and non-reusable tableware if food and drinks are sold in it for consumption on the spot. This was a local consumption and expense tax for which the federal states are competent to make legislation. The federal states who are granted the legal authority to make tax law by the basic law may delegate such power to the municipalities. This has been done in most German states in the respective laws on municipal taxation. However, the main purpose of the packaging tax imposed by the city of Kassel was not to generate revenue, but rather to help reduce packaging waste. Thus, the point of contention was whether the enactor of tax legislation may pursue non-fiscal purposes by levying a tax and thereby intervening in areas already covered by legislation specific to the subject matter in the form of waste disposal law at the federal level. In its decision, the Federal Constitutional Court explicitly allowed taxes to be levied for material purposes. In particular, taxes can be used in such a way that they burden environmentally harmful behavior more than environmentally friendly behavior. Moreover, tax rules having such a steering effect in an extra fiscal area require no additional legislative grant of authority. Nonetheless, the judges declared the statute on the imposition of packaging tax incompatible with the basic law and therefore null and void. The reason for this is the principle of coherence, which was discovered and defined by the Federal Constitutional Court in its decision. To quote the Federal Constitutional Court itself, a legislative enactment, translation is different now here in my text than it is here on the presentation. I quote the Federal Court, a legislative enactment based on a grant of authority to make tax law may not contradict the overall concept or an individual provision of legislation enacted on a grant of authority to materially legislate on the particular subject matter. According to the court, the principle of coherence obliges all legislators to coordinate their rules in such a way that the addressees of the rules are not confronted with rules contradictory in their conception, which render the legal system inconsistent. The principle of coherence should be derived from the principle of federal loyalty and the rule of law. The Constitutional Court stated that the City of Kassel's packaging tax violates the coherence requirement. There was a contradiction between the regulatory concept of the municipal packaging tax and the higher-ranking federal waste law, which was resolved by giving the federal waste law priority, since its engagements are primarily empowered to determine behavioral obligations on the issue. According to the basic decision of the federal waste legislation, the waste management objectives of avoiding and recycling single-use packaging were to be pursued in cooperation between government, industry, and society, and using technical and industry expertise. The legislator had omitted regulatory provisions to avoid limiting the possibilities for collaborative organizations. The Constitutional Court argued that such flexibility was not present in the packaging tax, which applies to all packaging materials. The second decision is from 2023 and comes from the Federal Administrative Court. Although it does not directly contradict the decision of the Federal Constitutional Court, it came to a different conclusion in a similar case. As a result, the decision of the Federal Administrative Court strengthens the legislative powers at the municipal level. It therefore represents the centrifugal forces in the German system. In the previous instance, the Administrative Court of Baden-Württemberg had ruled that a local packaging tax of the city of Tübingen was invalid due to its violation of the coherence principle. The tax was levied on non-reusable packaging and tableware if foods and drinks are sold in them for immediate consumption on site or as a takeaway dish or drink. This pertained inter alia to hot food and beverages served at public festivals, scoops of ice cream from ice cream parlors, salads with dressing and cutlery, and takeaway drinks. The tax rate was 50 cents for each disposable beverage and food package and 20 cents for disposable cutlery. The tax rate per single meal was limited to a maximum of €1.50. It is easy to see that the tax levied by the city of Tübingen was very similar to the tax levied by the city of Kassel, which was declared null and void by the Federal Constitutional Court 25 years ago. Accordingly, the Administrative Court of Baden-Württemberg had based its decision solely on the previous ruling from Karlsruhe, affirming that the packaging tax was unlawful due to its non-compliance with both the general idea and specific provisions of the Closed Substance Cycle and Waste Management Act, meaning the federal law, and as well the Packaging Act, another federal law. The Federal Administrative Court clearly disagrees with this assessment. The basic concept of German waste legislation had changed since the decision of the Federal Constitutional Court from 1998. According to the court, the principle of cooperation between the state and the private actors that the Federal Constitutional Court derived from the federal law no longer exists today. The Federal Closed Substance Cycle Act of February 2012 and the Packaging Act pursued the goal of waste prevention, which means that the local packaging tax of the city of Tübingen is in line with the overall concept of waste law. The coherence requirement, which demands a contradiction-free legal system, does not prevent this piece of municipal legislation. Thus, the Federal Administrative Court is not questioning the legal standard developed by the Federal Constitutional Court as such. Rather, it applies the coherence principle, but arrives at a different conclusion in its interpretation of the specific waste law from the Administrative Court of Baden-Württemberg and from the Federal Constitutional Court itself. In my eyes, it is not entirely clear whether German waste legislation has really changed significantly since 1998. Then as now, the prevention of waste took priority over the recovery and disposal of law. And then as now, however, this legal priority is only enforced with comparatively weak, rather symbolic rules. The rules on the so-called product responsibility of manufacturers introduced by the federal government at the level below the statutory law are decisive. These rules have certainly been expanded since 1998. However, there is no recognizable fundamental change in principle. In practice, the effect of the regulation on product responsibility continues to fall short of expectations. Empirical surveys have shown that environmental compatibility still does not play a central role in product development and is at a disadvantage in the event of conflicting objectives such as product functionality. However, it is true that the more recent legislation, which is influenced by European directive, increasingly also contains requirements for the design, production and distribution of products aimed at waste prevention. This is not, in fact, complete departure from the market-based management approach of the product responsibility, but rather a regulatory addition. In my view, even in 1998, it was not possible to take the regulatory concept of cooperation from the waste legislation and make it a strict legal standard. Moreover, the existence of a constitutional principle of coherence is also doubtful, since the Constitution, by distributing legislative powers between the federal and state governments, inevitably accepts differences. The Federal Administrative Court acknowledges that the criticism of the coherence principle that has been raised in legal literature is understandable. However, due to the extended res judicata effect of Section 31 of the Federal Constitutional Court Act, it considers itself bound by the Karlsruhe decision. This brings me to the end. The decisions of the highest German courts discussed here are an example of how German federalism works. The rules of the distribution of legislative powers are flanked by substantive legal requirements that ensure the coherence of the legal system. Federalism thus proves to be a learning system that can be constantly rebalanced with centripetal forces. Thank you.
예, 클라멘트 교수님께서는 그 독일의 연방제에 대해서 간단하게 언급을 하셨었고, 연방제가 갖고 있는 장점, 그다음에 연방제가 갖고 있는 한계에서 얘기를 해주시면서 양자 간의 균형에 대해서도 이제 언급을 해주셨습니다. 최근 들어서 가장 이제 재밌었던 판결 중에 하나가 그 앞에서도 다 설명하셨지만 98년도에 그 독일 연방헌법재판소에서는 이제 카셀에서의 그 포장세에 대해서 위헌이라고 결정을 했는데, 당장 올해죠. 가장 따뜻하게 올 5월 달에는 연방행정법원에서 튜빙엔의 똑같은 포장세에 대해서 합헌에 가까운 그런 결정을 내린, 그러니까 25년 만에 사실상 입장이 바뀐 그런 이제 재밌는 결정을 좀 소개를 해주셨습니다. 그와 관련돼서 연방제는 결국은 양자를 갖다가 좋아하는 원칙으로서 좀 적용되고 있다라고 언급을 해주셨습니다. 그럼 이와 관련해서 먼저 그 김남철 교수님께서 토론을 한번 해주시겠습니다.
네, 안녕하십니까. 제가 이 토론문을 한글로 쓸 때는 이 토론문이 아마 그 영어 또는 독일어 원어로 번역이 돼서 발표자한테 제공이 되는 줄 알았는데, 아마 제 토론문이 이 한국말로 되어 있는 거 말고는 따로 제공받지는 않으신 것 같아요. 그래서 아마 이 긴 글을 제가 여기서 다 읽는다는 건 이 통역에도 한계가 있고, 그래서 한글로 써 있는 글은 우리 한국 분들은 잘 읽으실 수 있으니까 그렇게 하고, 저는 조금 간추려서 딱 하나만 질문을 드리는 걸로 그렇게 토론에 가름하고자 합니다. 그 첫 번째 단락 번호 있는 데인데, 오늘 클레멘트 교수님은 발표를 통해서 이 독일이 연방 국가니까 이 연방과 주 사이의 입법 권한의 배분, 이게 이제 주제고요. 아까 카셀시나 튜빙엔시 같은 경우에는 기초지방자치단체이긴 하지만 주의 입법 권한이 그 밑으로 위임된 거기 때문에 연방과 기초 간의 관계라고 보시면 안 될 것 같고, 연방과 주 간의 그 입법 권한의 배분의 문제다, 이렇게 이제 이해하시면 될 것 같고요. 그 다음에 우리 그 홍성기 교수님께서 잠깐 설명해 주셨지만, 이 포장, 이 플라스틱 일회용 포장 그 용기를 쓰는 경우에 포장세를 부과한 것이, 원래 이 세금 부과는 이제 연방의 권한이니까, 이제 그 1998년도에 헌법재판소에서 결정할 때는 이제 위헌이라고 결정을 했지만, 최근에 연방 행정재판소의 결과는 달라졌다는 건데, 그 달라졌다는 게 그 발표에서도 말씀하셨지만, 그 연방 그 헌법의 그 일관성의 원칙이라는 것을 어떻게 해석할 것이냐에 따라 좀 다른 것 같아요. 그래서 어딘가에 이 클레멘트 교수님께서 헌법은 입법 권한을 연방과 주에 배분함으로써 불가피하게 차이를 수용하고 있다. 불가피하게 차이를 수용하고 있다. 그러니까 입법 권한, 그러니까 권한을 배분한다는 것은 그만큼 이 중앙의 통제력도 좀 약화되는 거겠죠. 이제 그런 관점에서 오늘 독일의 연방주의를 구심력과 원심력이라는 그런 용어를 활용을 해서 얼마나 중앙으로 땡기려고 하는 힘이 있고 얼마나 벗어나려고 하는 힘이 있느냐. 그 가운데 똑같은 포장세 결정이지만, 물론 헌법재판소고 이쪽은 행정재판소지만 결과가 달랐다. 이걸 가지고 이제 원심력과 구심력이 어떻게 작동하고 있는지를 보여주는 예다. 이제 그걸 통해서 독일의 그 연방주의라는 거를 잘 보여주려고 하셨던 것 같습니다. 저는 개인적으로는 굉장히 재미있게 읽었습니다. 제 두 번째 단락엔 제가 뭘 써놨느냐면, 이 연방 국가도 연방이 어느 정도의 힘을 가지고 있느냐, 아니면 지방 국가들이 어느 정도 힘을 갖고 있느냐에 따라 모델들이 여러 가지가 있을 수 있습니다. 그러니까 미국 같은 경우에는 지방이 이제 굉장히 커다란 힘을 갖고 있는 그런 나라이고요. 근데 반면에 독일 같은 경우에는 나름대로는 연방 중심으로 법체계가 아까 말씀하신 것 같은 일관성의 원칙을 가지고 작동을 하고 있는데, 중요한 거는 이 독일이 잘하는 거는, 제가 알고 있기로는 독일의 연방주의를 우리가 협력적 연방주의라고 부른다는 겁니다. 여기는 협력적이라고 하는데 굉장히 중요한 강조점을 찍어야 되지 않을까 싶습니다. 그 세 번째 단락인데, 클레멘트 교수님이 발표문에서 그러니까 서독 시절에도 이미 이 연방주의는 잘 정치적으로 정착이 되었었지만, 동서독이 통일된 이 통일 독일의 경우에도 그러면서 이제 통일 독일이라고 하는 새로운 나라를 건설하는데 수립하는데도 이 연방주의 독일의 이 협력적 연방주의 시스템이 정치적 안정에 큰 기여를 했다 이렇게 말씀하셨거든요. 그래서 제 질문은 이제 딱 하나인데요. 우리나라는 지금 단일 국가고 현재 우리는 독일과 같은 경우처럼 뭐 예를 들면은 연방과 주간 그러니까 이 중앙 국가와 지방자치단체 간의 입법권을 배분한다든지 그다음에 국가는 법률을 만들지만 지방이 법률을 시행한다든지 예? 예를 들면은 독일의 연방 참사원이라든지 이런 규정이 없거든요. 우리나라는 단일 국가니까. 그래서 우리나라가 연방 국가로도 갈 수 있지만 단일 국가를 유지하는 경우에도 이와 같은 독일의 협력적 연방주의에 해당되는 이 제도들을 우리가 단일 국가를 유지하면서도 헌법 개정을 통해서 얼마든지 규정할 수 있지 않느냐 하는 게 제 개인적인 생각이고요. 이미 잘 아시는 것처럼 우리나라는 헌법 개정을 한번 기회를 놓쳤고요. 언제 또 헌법 개정을 해야 될지 모르는데 이 헌법을 개정할 때 이 독일식의 그 개마인대가 가지고 있는 자치권 보장 규정은 우리나라도 있지만 국가와 광역 지방자치단체 사이에 이 국가 권력의 배분에 관한 규정이 헌법에서부터 규정되는 것이 그 다음에 연방참사원 제도와 같은 그런 유사한 제도 지금은 중앙지방협력회의라고 하는 제도에 머무르고 있지만 좀 더 진도를 나가서 독일식 연방참사원 같은 그런 제도들 그 다음에 독일의 그 지방자치단체 헌법소원 게마인틀리히에 페어파슨베슈베르데 같은 그런 제도들이 단일 국가임에도 불구하고 그런 제도들이 도입되면 우리나라 정치 안정에도 훨씬 더 기여할 것 같단 말이죠. 근데 우리나라는 그 이 개헌론에 대해서 논의가 있는데 물론 클레멘트 교수님께서는 그 발표문에다가 우리나라가 연방 국가로 갈 거냐 하는 거는 우리의 선택 문제다. 그러니까 독일 사람이 해줄 수 있는 얘기는 아니다 이렇게 말씀하셨지만 그래도 현재 단일 국가보다는 그런 연방제적인 요소를 헌법에서부터 규정하고 있는 그런 국가 체제로 가는 것이 훨씬 더 정치적 안정에 도움이 되지 않을까. 거기에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시는지 같이 한번 논의해 보고 싶습니다. 토론을 마치겠습니다.
예, 고맙습니다. 그럼 다음 박상균 법제협력관님께서 역시 좀 간결하게 토론 부탁드리겠습니다.
네, 경상북도 법제협력관 박상균입니다. 교수님께서 발자하여 주신 그 독일의 중앙과 지방 정부 간의 입법 권한 분배와 관련해서 저는 좀 그 중앙과 지방의 재정 부담에 따른 입법 권한 배분에 대해서 좀 더 살펴보았으면 하는 의견입니다. 그래서 일단 현대사회 국가에서 여러 가지 과제로 자금이 필요할 수밖에 없고 국가의 권한과 활동 영역이 국가가 어느 정도의 재정 자금을 처분할 수 있는가에 따라 달려 있게 되는데요. 그래서 이제 제가 이해하기로는 독일 기본법에서는 이런 재정 헌법과 관련한 규정이 연방과 주 사이의 이해관계를 조정하는 중심에 놓여 있다고 알고 있습니다. 그래서 이러한 중앙과 지방의 재정 부담에 따른 입법 권한 배분, 특히 국가 중앙의 입법권 제한을 어떻게 할 것인가에 대해서 살펴볼 필요가 있다고 생각을 합니다. 그래서 독일 기본법 체계에서 재정 부담과 관련해서 연방과 주 사이의 관계 그리고 또 주와 지방자치단체 사이의 관계를 통해서 한국에서 지방에 재정 부담을 부과하는 그런 국가 입법권의 한계를 살펴볼 필요가 있다고 생각이 됩니다. 그래서 먼저 독일 연방제도에서 연방과 주 간의 그 독립적인 재정 부담 책임을 먼저 보면 독일 기본법에서는 이제 그 독일법 104A조 이하에서 재정헌법 규정을 이제 두고 있고 이 규정 이하에서 연방구적 재정 분야에서의 연방구적 관계의 중요한 규율을 하고 있는 것으로 알고 있습니다. 독일 기본법이 연방과 지방의 권한 분배를 상호간에 분명히 할 것이 요구됨에 따라서 이런 재정에 관해서도 중앙과 주 간의 재정에 관해서도 재정헌법 규정을 두고 있는 것으로 알고 있는데요. 그래서 독일 기본법 104A조 제1항에서는 연방과 주의 재정적 관계에 대하여 독립적인 재정 부담 책임을 명확히 함으로써 연방과 주는 기본법에서 특별히 규정하지 않는 한 사무의 수행에 필요한 비용을 독립적으로 부담한다고 규정하고 있는 것으로 알고 있습니다. 또 이러한 이유로 독일 기본법 104A조 제3항에서는 입법자에게 계속된 사물 관할권을 행사하는 경우에도 제3자에 대한 금전급부, 금전적 가치가 있는 현물급여 또는 이와 유사한 서비스의 제공을 주의 의무로 규정하면서 그 비용을 주가 부담하도록 하는 연방법률에 대해서 각 주의 대표들로 구성되는 연방천사원의 동의를 받도록 제한하고 있는 것으로 알고 있습니다. 또 지방자치단체와 관련한 어떤 사무배분 원칙을 보면 독일 기본법 제28조 제2항에서는 기초지방자치단체의 지역 공동체 사안에 대해서 자기 책임으로 규율할 권리와 그에 따른 재정적인 자기 책임 원칙을 규정하고 있습니다. 이를 통해 이는 이제 지방자치제도 보장의 본질적 영역 밖에서도 지방 공동체의 사무와 관련하여 사무 배분에 관하여 규율하는 입법자, 즉 연방이나 주가 고려해야 할 헌법상의 사무 배분 원칙이 포함됨을 규정하고 있는 것으로 이해되고 있고, 그래서 이를 통해 기본법 28조 제2항 제1문에서는 기초지방자치단체에게 원칙적으로 지역 공동체의 모든 사무에 대한 권한을 보장하고, 같은 항 제3문에서는 지방자치단체에게 보장된 행정권한에 대한 재정적 자기책임을 규정하고 있습니다. 이러한 사무배분 원칙은 국가성을 갖는 주가 주의 헌법 질서를 통제하는 원리로 작용해서 입법자는 특히 헌법적인 사무재평을 보장할 수 없을 때만 공동의 이익을 이유로 중요한 지역적 성격의 사무를 지방자치단체로부터 박탈할 수 있을 뿐이고, 단순히 행정의 편의나 관할 집중을 이유로 해서는 지방자치단체의 사무를 박탈하지 못하는 것으로 이해되고 있습니다. 이러한 사무 배분 원칙에 따른 자치행정권의 보장은 재정적 자기책임 원칙으로 뒷받침되고, 이를 근거로 대부분의 주헌법에서 주가 그 업무 수행과 관련된 재정에 대한 책임을 동시에 맡을 경우에만 지방자치단체의 업무를 이행할 수 있다는 결론성의 원칙을 고려한 규정이 각 주 헌법에 포함되어 있는 것으로 알고 있습니다. 이러한 규정들은 독일 기본법 28조 제2항에서 보장하는 지방자치단체의 자치행정권을 제약할 수 있는 비용이 많이 드는 업무를 지방자치단체에게 이양하지 않도록 보호하고 있는 것으로 알고 있는데요. 관련해서 물론 이제 한국의 경우에 이를 적용하여 열악한 지방자치단체의 재정 현실을 고려할 때 연방과 주의 독립적인 재정부담 책임이 원칙이 연방과 주가 각자 수행하는 자신의 사무에 대한 일차적인 조달 책임을 자신에게 있다는 것을 나타낼 뿐만 아니라 연방이 자신의 계산으로 해야 할 그런 사무의 재정 조달 책임을 다른 주체에게 전가하는 입법으로부터 주들이 보호받을 필요가 있다는 것까지 의미하는 것을 이해될 필요가 있다고 보입니다. 그래서 이러한 연방과 주의 독립적인 재정 부담 책임이 한국의 경우에도 사회적 약재 등에 대한 어떤 무료 교통 서비스의 제공과 같이 국가적 과제의 재정 조달 책임의 일부를 지방자치단체에게 전가하는 입법이 있는 경우에 이런 경우에 지방자치단체를 보호할 수단의 필요성이 있다라고 사료가 됩니다. 또한 지방자치단체 측면에서 보아도 지방자치단체의 보장이라는 헌법질서 요청으로부터 재정적인 결련 없이 지방자치단체의 재정적 자기책임을 조회하고 지방자치단체의 재정 범위를 더욱 제약함으로써 지방자치단체의 자치행정권을 제약할 수 있는 그런 내용을 담은 국가 입법이 제정되는 것으로부터 보호될 수 있는 제도의 모색이 필요하다고 사료되는데요. 관련해서 교수님께 이제 부탁드리고 싶은 것은 이러한 지방 정부의 부담을 수반하는 국가 입법으로부터 지방자치단체를 보호하는 그런 제도로서 한국에 도움이 될 만한 어떤 의견을 주셨으면 한다라는 게 이제 부탁을 토론으로 말씀을 드립니다. 감사합니다.
예, 고맙습니다. 두 분 질문을 간략하게 요약을 먼저 해드리면 우리 김남철 교수님께서는 한국은 연방국가가 아니라 단방국가임에도 불구하고 연방국가에서 현재 시행하고 있는 연방참사원이나 지방자치단체 헌법소원 같은 거를 도입했었을 때 과연 어떤 효과가 있을까에 대한 질문을 주셨고요. 그다음에 우리 법제협력관님께서는 독일에서는 이 사무배분이 잘 명확하게 되어 있고 그것은 재정이 보장되어 있기 때문이다라고 말씀을 해주시면서 지방정부의 부담이 되는 입법을 막을 수 있는 어떤 제도적인 시스템, 한국에서 이것을 도입할 수 있을까에 대해서 질문을 해주셨습니다. 프로페서 답변.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much for your comments. I must really say I'm surrounded here by 3 professors with a great expertise in German law, and I would just like to use the occasion to say that this is really a really great thing for Korea, that you have such a strong comparative section in your academic research of the law, and it gives very much back to me coming here and to hear what you see in our law and how you discuss about, I think, problems that are structural, quite about the same. We have the same problems, the same functional problems, but of course with a different basis, a different cultural basis, how the political system is developed. That has also been stressed in this morning's presentation, that in the US the federal government was built by the states, and so it is in Germany. The Federal Republic of Germany has been founded by the Länder after the Second World War, and so the perspective is of course completely different from a Korean perspective, thinking from a unitary state back to decentralize or deconcentrate power and give something back, not meaning give something back, but giving something to the lower entities. While in Germany, the question, should we delegate, I think that was your point. That was your point, Professor Park, that Article 28 delegated power to the municipalities. In our perspective, we would not say it delegates power to the municipalities, but we would say it's like the basic law guarantees this function that it already found before the constitution was made in the hand of the municipalities, and it respects, like it's a bit like a fundamental right. It respects this position and defends it versus the federal state and the Länder. And it's that was also your question, how to protect the local governments. It's in judicial terms, it's a bit like a fundamental right, and you really have that right. You can go to the Bundesverfassungsgericht and say, for example, I'm infringed in that, I say, basic right, and you have a full judicial control if the state or the federal government interferes with the right derived from Article 28, para 2. And so our perspective is, of course, different, but I think the problems are, of course, the same. And I tried to show in my presentation that the German federalism is not an absolute one, and is not, in a way, is a federalism for a state in which the people are still longing for unity and still longing for equal living standards, and are still, in a way, it's difficult for me, I'm not a native speaker, I use the word proud, are proud in a way of their national unity after 1871, when Germany was unified, and then 1990. And these are two important dates, of course, for the German history. And so federalism is always balanced with other principles and with the forces that want to have a more centralized system. And I think that that thing between the Federal Constitutional Court and the Federal Administrative Court, we have to see that from a perspective that sees the law as a living thing and not as something that is fixed one time and then stays as it is, it shows how it's like waves that go up and down, and you have a legal instrument like that coherence principle that I think is also from a theoretical point very difficult to handle. Yeah, because you take like political concept and you make it a legal measure. It's very difficult, but you have developed this instrument. You use it once, more or less once or twice, not more often, and then it is not abolished. Yeah, the federal administrative law did not say that this instrument would be invalid or would not exist. But it is, as you said, interpreted in a different way. Or better to say, the law is interpreted a different way, and so the principle does not longer set limits to the municipalities. So, and maybe in another 20 years, we find the coherence principle again. Maybe it's even in a shorter perspective, because this decision from the administrative court, the Federal Administrative Court, will now be taken to Karlsruhe by McDonald's. I think it's McDonald's actually who did the claim, and I think it's taken to Karlsruhe again. So Karlsruhe will have to decide whether it overrules Leipzig in this specific case. So yeah, it's you have addressed so many questions and given so much input, and it's really a bit. Maybe next time we should really try to have an English translation before, or a German translation before the conference, because of course I can't I can't answer now everything, but. I remember Professor Kim talked about collaborative federalism, and I think that's a quite good, a perfect description of what German federalism means, and that can be seen in every political situation, that we have always the need to collaborate between the state levels. And we have, Professor Park, as you said, we have 3 levels of legislation, and that was also what Professor Rutig said in his presentation. We have to differentiate between the federal government, the Länder, and the municipalities. And you could, of course, in Korea, strengthen the municipalities, give them maybe law execution powers, as you already do, I think, without implementing federalism, and maybe also, or having a level between municipalities and federal government, but without, I mean, that kind of old idea of creating own states as it is in the United States and in Germany. So there are various possibilities and lots of flexibility, I think. So I'm sure that I have not answered 10% of what you what you asked me or what you said. If there's anything that you really miss in my answer, please let me know. Yeah, if not, I would once again thank you very much for your input, both of you.
Thank you.
예, 이제 시간이 다 돼서 이제 마쳐야 될 것 같습니다. 저는 앞에서 쭉 들으면서 이 연방주의를 바라보는 시각이 미국과 참 독일이 다르다는 생각을 했습니다. 앞에서 노명훈 교수님 발표하셨던 것처럼 미국에서는 이제 직접 민주주의적인 입장에서 연방주의를 바라본다면 우리 독일에서는 권력 분립의 입장에서 바라본다라는 큰 차이가 있다는 것을 다시 한번 주지시켜 드리면서 3세션 마치도록 하겠습니다. 수고하셨습니다.
네, 감사합니다. 네, 수고해주신 네 분께 다시 한번 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 이것으로 모든 순서가 마무리되었습니다. 끝까지 함께해 주시고 온라인으로도 함께해 주신 분들께 감사드립니다. 앞으로도 본 포럼에 많은 관심과 성원 부탁드리며 이상으로 2023 지방자치입법 국제포럼을 모두 마치도록 하겠습니다. 안녕히 돌아가십시오. 감사합니다.